Go. Come, Mom. Come. Only 33 people online. Again. Only 33 people online so far. Carla Barnett. Jennifer Vex. Miss Bridget, we're still hearing your mic. It's still open. Please mute. Of the Caricom Youth Ambassadors Program, Ms. Shakia Lewis, to give us some remarks. Ms. Lewis is a proud citizen of the Turks and Caicos Island, in particular the fishing capital, South Caicos, and she is a warm, strong advocate, which you can see from her bio, which we've posted online, starting from Youth Parliament to Rotary International, the Rotaract Club, and she continues to use her skills in education, volunteering, and youth advocacy to lead and empower the Caricom Youth Ambassadors Program. So over to you, Ms. Lewis. Good morning and thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. So first, let me say again, good morning to all the distinguished guests, the partners, educators, the RSC family, Caricom family, mentors, and most importantly, to our brilliant young women and girls across the Caricom community. Today, as we mark the 10th anniversary of the Caricom Girls and ICT partnership, we are not simply celebrating a date on a calendar. We're celebrating a movement, one that has steadily reshaped how our region sees talent, innovation, and leadership in a digital age. Across the Caribbean, a digital transformation is no longer a distant goal. It's happening now. From e-government systems to fintech innovation, from climate resilience and mapping to digital entrepreneurship. ICT is the central to how we build a stronger, smarter, and more connected Caribbean society. Yet, despite this progress, women and girls remain underrepresented in ICT fields globally, with women holding significantly fewer advanced roles in technology and digital leadership spaces. This is why today matters. The International Girls in ICT Day was created to encourage girls and young women to explore studies and careers in information and communication technology, and to close the gender gap in the digital world. So this year's theme, Empower, Educate, Elevate, Building a Future Ready for Caricom with Girls in ICT, is both a call to action and a promise. To empower means to ensure every girl in the region sees herself not just as being a user of technology, but a creator of it. To educate means expanding the digital literacy, coding skills, AI awareness, and innovation training, and policy in rooms where decisions about digital future are being made. To elevate means actively placing gender digital divides in not just equality, it's about economic growth, innovation, and the future of competitiveness in the Caribbean. So, as the Dean of the Caricom Youth Ambassadors Program, I want to especially commend Caricom, the RSC family, educators, policymakers, industry leaders, and development partners who have sustained this 10-year journey. But more importantly, I want to leave with our girls. You belong in this space. in cybersecurity, in artificial intelligence, in software development, in data science, in digital entrepreneurship. You belong there not as a guest, but as an architect. So let this anniversary be more than a celebration. Let this day be more than just a day. Let it be a recommitment across member states, across the entire CARICOM region, to ensure that the next decade of CARICOM digital transformation is powered equally by girls and young women. So, happy International ICT Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lewis. I promise I'm not going to be summing up anybody's remarks, but I love the fact that you belong in this space and the future is ICT. So thank you very much, Ms. Lewis, for starting us off with that high bar. We're now just going to take a little break to just look at a few photographs, I think, over the 10-year journey, just to break up the speaking. And I'm going to ask the communication or you to just start that video for us. The video will grow. Every time you look at it from this week on, it will grow because we're finding more and more interesting photographs. And so communication is going to continue to build on that 10-year reflection video. Welcome. Okay, we will go on to the video presentation from the ITU Secretary General, Ms. Doreen Bogdan Martin, please, with her remarks for Girls, International Girls and ICT.
This April 23rd marks the 15th anniversary of International Girls in ICT Day. And what a moment to celebrate that milestone. We are currently living through the most significant and exciting technological transformation in human history. Artificial intelligence is changing how we work, learn, communicate, and can help us to solve some of the world's most pressing problems. Quantum information technologies are poised to supercharge those possibilities. But right now, the opportunities associated with these transformations are not reaching everyone equally. Women represent just 35% of STEM graduates globally. And across the AI workforce, the numbers stand at about 25%. These are signals that we need to course correct, and we need to do it now. Because AI systems reflect the experiences, perspectives, and priorities of the people who build them. And if we are only drawing on half of humanity's creativity, ingenuity, and talent to shape these technologies, we are leaving the other half of our potential on the table. And that's why this year's theme, AI for Development, Girls Shaping the Digital Future, matters so much. It speaks to our aspiration, and it's a call to action. To the girls watching this, you belong in this space, in AI, in cybersecurity and quantum, in every field that is building the world to come. Your ideas and your leadership are so needed. And to the policymakers, educators, and industry leaders, the choices you make this year on access, on education, on mentorship, will determine whether AI works for all or just some. At the ITU, we are committed to making sure technology works for everyone. So today, let's celebrate 15 years of Girls in ICT Day by ensuring that every girl, everywhere, takes her rightful place in shaping our shared digital future.
I'm sure we have this cultural break lined up. I hope we're now going to have the CARICOM song by the Presentation Brothers College Choir from Grenada. That is going to be a video recording. Unfortunately, they're not here with us physically, but we will have the recording play before we get the message from the Secretary General CARICOM and then our feature speaker, and then close the ceremony. So CARICOM song, please. You're allowed to look happy when you hear it. So,
Distant lands our forefathers came, some seeking adventure, some bound in chains, through battles waged and fought, through victory and pain, by test of their courage, our freedom was gained.
In homage to those gone before us, the heroes of lands in the sun, we vow to join hands and to focus on building one Caribbean. Your voices high, sing of your Caribbean pride.
Singing loud and strong, feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrating song as we rise towards where we belong. Sound the victory drum for CARICOM.
Though great and diverse be our ethnicities, the bonds that unite us are stronger than these. We dine, we pray, we love, we dance and we play, we relate to each other the West Indian way.
Today as a people unite,
United as one.
determined and steadfastly stand. We look to a brand new horizon, the future not firmly in hands.
Raise your voices high, sing of your Caribbean pride.
Sing it loud and strong, your heart beat as one.
Celebrate His song
As we rise towards
where we belong.
sound the victory drum for CARICOM. Over you sing CARICOM. Naki Ocean CARICOM. Somewhere, some move over you sing CARICOM.
Raise your voices high, sing of your Caribbean pride. Celebrate His song where we belong.
Over you sing CARICOM. Over you sing CARICOM.
Grenada Voice Choir singing their hearts out. So next year, perhaps we can have a joint Guyana choir singing the song. But I encourage you to look at the words as young people, and your teachers perhaps should give you some general knowledge questions, etc., on that beautiful song with the words brought to us by a citizen of Dominica. Yes, many years ago. It is now my distinct pleasure to introduce to you the CARICOM Secretary General, Dr. Carla Barnett, who became our 8th Secretary General of CARICOM on August 15, 2021. It looks like just yesterday. Dr. Barnett has worked across CARICOM for many years, and she was the first woman appointed in several key positions, in particular one, the Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Belize. So you know that she's a serious lady if she can take care of her country's money. But there are a number of other areas in which Dr. Barnett serves and has committed herself to the region. She is a strong advocate for gender equality, strong advocate for women, and on a personal note, really helped to situate me in the Secretariat because I was the first woman in the IT department and looking for relevance. And Dr. Barnett, many, many years ago, we won't tell you how many years ago, it's 29 or so years ago, it seems, but but 29 years ago when she, yes, when she joined the Secretariat as the, I guess the first female Deputy Secretary General as well, and was very clear that we needed to move our operations in the Secretariat to a higher level, and so was instrumental day and night in making sure that many, many essential workers got computers on their desks. When I heard the words in the song just now about the battles waged and forged, that was one of the battles, but Dr. Barnett is responsible for all our regional battles every day of her life. And so we thank her for taking this time with us. She has committed for the past 5 years since she's been here to doing statements, but we thank her for taking the time to join us in the room today, join us for the opening ceremony, and I encourage you to listen very carefully to her words so that you can continue to be empowered and inspired. So Dr. Barnett, over to you. Thank you.
I hear a word she say.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. You brought back some memories because we did do a lot of work in those days in upgrading and upscaling our basic IT infrastructure here in the Secretariat. Yeah, is anybody's mic on? We're getting a little feedback. Yeah, I want to recognize the long list of dignitaries who have been set out in the introduction by Jennifer. I want to simply recognize them, including our staff here at the Secretariat, but to pay really attention to all of the young people who have joined us here today, whether in this room or online. We always have to remember that you are not the leaders of tomorrow, but you are leaders in your groupings even today. And therefore, it is really important all the time for us to prioritize your learning, your well-being, and the environment in which you live. So thank you all for being online. Thank you for coming here. And we will do our part by sharing, and we would want you to carry on with the sharing when you leave all that is done today. We mark today the 10th anniversary of observing in CARICOM. We are a little bit late in coming, it's 15 years ago. We started 10 years ago in observing Girls in ICT Day. The theme this year, as you've heard, is Empower, Educate, Elevate, Building a Future-Ready CARICOM with Girls in ICT. These three imperatives, empower, educate, and elevate, define what the member states of the Caribbean community must continue to do deliberately and collaboratively if we are to build a future-ready community in an age already being rapidly reshaped by digital transformation, artificial intelligence, rapid technological change of various kinds, and wider shifts in how we learn, how we work, how we govern, and how we participate in society, how we relate with each other in society nowadays, mainly through these things. To empower our girls means ensuring that access to technology is universal, is safe, and is meaningful. Through the CARICOM single ICT space work that we do, the community continues to work towards harmonized digital ecosystems that expands connectivity, that reduce barriers, and that promotes seamless participation within and across member states. At the same time, our regional focus on cybersecurity and digital trust recognizes that empowerment requires safe online environments where girls can engage, learn, and innovate without fear of harassment or harm. CARICOM's regional digital agenda places digital skills development at the center of regional competitiveness and economic transformation. Initiatives such as the CARICOM Girls in ICT Partnership and other national and regional digital skills programs are helping to expose girls and also include girls in coding, robotics, data, artificial intelligence, and digital entrepreneurship from an early age. Education systems must now continue to evolve so that girls are included early to ensure that they are equipped with future-ready skills and the confidence to apply them. Equally important is our collective responsibility to remove cultural and other barriers that stand in the way of elevating girls and young women into leadership and decision-making roles. Through regional cooperation, public-private partnerships, and initiatives supported by youth and education programs, CARICOM is strengthening the digital public infrastructure and innovation systems. These create space where young women can advance beyond participation into leadership, research, and enterprise. CARICOM is committed to ensuring that girls and young women participate in the implementation of regional strategies, not as afterthoughts, but as architects of change. The pace of technological advancement requires us to act with urgency, with coherence, and sustained political will. Over the past 10 years, the Girls in ICT observances have been held under the ambit of CARICOM Girls in ITC Partnership, which has been recognized by the United Nations as a sustainable development good practice. This has allowed many young women to step into technology with creativity, courage, and conviction. The next generation of Caribbean innovators, cybersecurity experts, AI practitioners, and digital entrepreneurs is already among us. Some are in this room. Our task is to ensure that girls are among them, building, leading, and shaping a stronger, more resilient, and more inclusive Caribbean community. So I take pleasure in wishing everyone happy International Girls in ICT Day 2026. And let us leave this celebration, this commemoration, committed to ensuring that we do the things that we are talking about today. So thank you, everyone, and have a good day of exchange and creativity and understanding that everybody has a right, a responsibility to learn, participate, and make the best of every situation in which you are involved and learn as much as you can. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. I saw everybody looking with rapt attention when you were speaking, and lots of kudos coming up on the screen. So thank you very much again, Secretary General. Before the feature speaker, we now have the video. I think that you don't end up having to remove the machine. We now have a short video, and as I said, it will be enhanced as we go forward with music and lots more lively photos. So we just wanted to give you a little glimpse of some things over the last 10 years. remarking about how much younger they looked in some of the photographs, or whether they look the same. So thank you, Communications, for that glimpse into the past. I'd like to now introduce our feature speaker to you for this morning. Our speaker is Miss Marcia Thompson Walters, who is the Executive Director of the Transformation Implementation Unit in Jamaica in the Office of the Prime Minister, with responsibility for leading Jamaica's transformation agenda. She is trained compensation specialist, my apologies, and she has worked extensively in both the public and private sector. Her experience spans industrial relations, compensation, communication, and general management. Since 2014, around the time that we are celebrating today, Ms. Thompson Walters has been working with the government of Jamaica to transform the public service. And those of us who have to interact with public service every day, or sometimes know that it's not an easy job. So that's her job for the government of Jamaica. She was appointed the Executive Director of the Public Sector Transformation Implementation Unit in December 2016. And she has several other accolades and with nuggets of experience, but I want to recognize that in 2023, she was conferred with the Order of Distinction Officer Class for her contribution to human resource management and public sector transformation in Jamaica. And we thank the Honorable Senator Ambassador Audrey Marks for lending Ms. Thompson Waters to us this morning to give us the feature address, and we thank you, Ms. Thompson Walters, in advance, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Really appreciate that very generous introduction. Distinguished representatives of the CARICOM secretariats, colleagues across governments, educators, industry partners, parents, mentors, and most importantly, the girls and young women of the Caribbean, good morning. It is a real honor to join you for this 10th anniversary observance of Girls in ICT Day as we work toward a digital future that includes, values, and is shaped by our girls and young women. Today's regional theme, Empower, Educate, Elevate, and the global theme, AI for Development, Girls Shaping the Digital Future, are not just slogans. They are a challenge, because the question is no longer whether the digital future is coming. It is already here. The real question is, who gets to shape it? Let me begin with a very simple image. Imagine a girl in fourth form, perhaps in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, St. Andrew, whether in Barbados, Grenada, Dominica, or St. Vincent, or Georgetown, Guyana. She's bright, she's curious, she's creative. She may already be creating solutions to problems every day without calling it innovation, helping a sibling with homework and turning it into a game, editing videos on her phone, experimenting with code. She probably wonders whether artificial intelligence is something she could ever truly understand, or if it belongs to others in other countries. What she needs most in that moment is not pity. She needs proof. Proof that technology is not for somebody else. Proof that her ideas matter. Proof that her voice belongs today and it must belong in the future. And that is why this day matters. Because access alone is not enough. A girl can have a device and still not have direction. She can be online and still not be seen. She can do well in school and still never be encouraged toward engineering, cybersecurity, robotics, or digital entrepreneurship. So let me say this clearly. Progress is important, but progress is not parity. Globally, more people are connected than ever before, but women still lag behind in participation, leadership, and influence in technology. The International Telecommunication Union, ITU, reports that in 2024, 70% of men used the internet globally, compared to 65% of women. UNESCO also notes that women make up only 35% of STEM graduates worldwide and less than 1/3 of researchers globally. So even where access improves, the pathway into innovation, ownership, and decision-making narrows too quickly for girls and young women. Here in our region, we are making real progress. The picture is both encouraging and unfinished. The ITU reports that the Small Island Developing States Group achieved gender parity in internet use in 2024, even though overall internet use in SIDS was still below 2/3 of the population. In our region, we also are more connected than ever before. Our digital infrastructure is expanding. Our education systems are evolving. But this progress brings a new responsibility on us as a region. The question is no longer whether girls can access technology. The question is, are they becoming creators, innovators, leaders, and most importantly, owners of opportunity? And that question matters even more because artificial intelligence has raised the stakes. We know here in Jamaica that this is not theoretical. We are advancing our digital public infrastructure. We have established a national AI task force. We are developing an AI policy grounded in inclusion, ethics, and national development. Our education system is also beginning to reflect that urgency, testing AI tools, building locally relevant digital learning platforms, and ensuring that technology reflects our culture, our curriculum, and our reality. Because when technology speaks in our voice, it stops feeling foreign and starts feeling possible. This is where national development meets the lives of girls in very practical ways. Our Vision 2030 speaks of Jamaica as a place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. A technology-enabled society is not an abstract goal. It is a necessity. So when we encourage girls into ICT, we're not doing them a favor. We are strengthening our ability in the Caribbean to innovate, compete, govern effectively, and grow fairly. So what must we now do? Let me speak directly to the girls and young women who are listening. Do not wait for permission to imagine yourself in technology. If you love math, pursue it. If you love art, there's a place for you in animation, design, and digital storytelling. If you love solving problems, there's a place for you in coding, engineering, and data science. If you care about people, there's a place for you in health technology, education technology, and inclusive design. Technology is not one path. It is a universe of possibilities, and it needs your imagination, your discipline, your creativity, and your courage. To our educators, your role is transformative. A single moment of encouragement can change a life. We need classrooms that challenge stereotypes, integrate technology across subjects, and help our girls see themselves not just as users, but as creators and owners. Access to tools is important, but identity is what drives ambition. To our parents and guardians, your words matter more than you think. If we teach girls to be careful, but never show them how to be bold, we limit their futures before they begin. If your daughter shows an interest in technology, encourage it, support it, protect it, and celebrate her. Curiosity must be allowed to grow into confidence. To our industry partners, the time for symbolic support has passed. Do not only show up on days like today. Get involved in the schools in your countries. Offer mentorship. Create internships. Support innovation programs. Help girls not only see what technology looks like, but experience what it feels like to belong in it. And to governments and policymakers, we must move from celebration to system. That means continuing to strengthen our digital infrastructure, support our teachers, align education with industry needs, and collect better data to guide decisions. But above all, it means building a clear pathway from school to skills, to careers, to leadership, because inclusion cannot be an afterthought. It must be designed from the start. Let me say this plainly. Girls do not need us to lower the bar. They need us to remove barriers. And we already have proof of what is possible. Young women are excelling in computer science, leading robotics teams, and launching innovative ventures. These are not exceptions. They are signals, signals of what happens when talent meets opportunity. So as we mark 10 years of girls in ICT in our region, let us also make a 10-year commitment. Let us commit that the next decade will not be defined by access alone, but by ownership. That girls will not only participate, but lead. That artificial intelligence and digital transformation will not be something done to them, but something built with them, shaped by them, and led by them. Because this is not just about gender. This is about development. It's about competitiveness. It is about innovation. It is about the future of our region. And so today I want to leave you with this. If we truly believe in a future-ready Caribbean, then we must be equally committed to future-ready girls. Girls who are confident, girls who are capable, girls who are equipped not just to enter the digital world, but to define it. And to every girl listening today, dream greatly. Prepare seriously. Step forward boldly, because the future is not waiting to be given to you. It is waiting to be built by you. And the Caribbean needs your fingerprints on it. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson Walters. Much appreciation because we know we did not have a lot of time, but I believe that all the nuggets that you've dropped for us will certainly sprinkle and sparkle the rest of the day's activities and celebrations, not only here but across the region, and will continue to give us food for thought I promised that I wouldn't sum up anybody's message or anything, but my brain started to react to a lot of P's. From the dean of the CYAP to SG to the featured speaker, I heard participation, permission, public-private partnerships, parenting, progress, proof, pathways, possibilities, problem solving, and protection. So I thank all of these speakers who have gone before. We will continue to eke out these nuggets as we go through the day. And we will certainly have a formal thank you session at the end of today, but I'd like to register thanks on behalf of the CARICOM Secretariat, the ICT for Development program, CARICOM, and the CARICOM Girls and ICT Partnership, to all of you who have enhanced our day, certainly brought, set a high bar, Ms. Thompson Walters, for the rest of the day and for the rest of the celebrations across the year for what we must do, think about, and plan to do very quickly and efficiently. So I thank you all. We will close with looking at the video again, which communication provided for us, while the students get the opportunity to take a photograph with the Secretary General outside of the room. And then we will resume with about 10 other sessions for the rest of our day, and hoping to end by about 3:30 today. So please don't leave us, those of you online. Just give us 5 minutes to regroup. Thank the Secretary General again, and the students will get a joint photograph with SG outside of the room, and then we will resume. As they said in full-time broadcasting, we will come back to master control in 5 minutes. Thank you. Adjourned, everyone.
Everybody is here, all the young ones and the young ones go here. Yeah, sure. Okay, good, please.
You're not taking a picture of that. Yeah, she sounded like it's a. You have to like one key. The young wants to yeah, that's teachers. Excuse me. What do you want? No, I was telling her to come over and take. Yeah, but yeah, just put a video to run in YouTube. It's good. And then I'll run back in here quickly. That's like we're going outside. Outside.
Come in.
with any of our conversations. Thank you so much. Including one where a member state, Grenada, will join us and showcase their one session of their activity with us later in the morning. I wanted to also say that as I was welcoming girls and enjoying the day of reliving my girlhood, etc., I wanted to also make the boys in our midst feel welcome because we need boys and girls to build the digital economy and also to work and collaborate and celebrate each other as we go through the issues related to ICT and other technologies, even some of those that we don't know and which we're calling emerging technologies such as AI, blockchain, etc. So welcome boys as well. And I thank this young man, already a budding engineer, see how quickly he put my bag back together. So thank you so much. Our next session will be putting a spotlight on some youth. And we are going to be moderated by Mr. Tariq Mohammed, who is the chair of the Caribbean ICT Youth Network, and he's also a telecommunications consultant. And I think he's joined by Miss Gabrielle Johnson, who is the vice chair of the Caribbean ICT Youth Network. So I welcome both of them, and I'm sure they'll take 2 minutes to just tell us what the Youth Network is before we go into the discussion in this session, which is Next Generation Leaders Speak. Thank you, and over to you, Mr. Mohammed and Ms. Johnson. Good morning.
Good morning, and Thank you for having us this morning. Gabby and I are joining from Trinidad and Tobago, and we're glad to see such a full room and a very lively opening session this morning. So we don't have much time, so just gonna give my elevator pitch on the Caribbean ICT Youth Network really quickly. It's an initiative of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, which is an arm of CARICOM that focuses specifically on information and communications technologies. And so the Caribbean ICT Youth Network, or CIYN, is an initiative to support the inclusion of young persons in ICT. And we heard from the CARICOM Secretary General this morning that CARICOM is making spaces for youth and young women in particular beyond simply just participation to ensure that they aren't afterthoughts but are actively engaged as change makers in crafting our digital future. The CTU is doing a very similar, or taking a very similar approach rather, through the Caribbean ICT Youth Network by engaging young persons and particularly young women across the areas of ICT, whether that be policy development, internship and mentorship programs, fellowship and participation, capacity building, and the list goes on. So we'd be happy to share a link on the Caribbean ICT Youth Network that we would encourage and invite all participants today to be a part of. But without further ado, I say let's get started. Gabby, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Good morning, everyone. And well, I'm Gabrielle Johnson, Vice Chair of the Caribbean ICT Youth Network. And welcome to our Youth Spotlight session from lights to livelihoods. So before we begin, I'd like to extend some greetings on behalf of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union and the Caribbean ICT Youth Network. So today we're exploring how young people are transforming digital platforms into real sustainable careers, whether through creativity, innovation, or technology. We often hear about going viral, but today's focus is a bit deeper. How do you turn what you do online into something of real value?
And
Tariq?
joining us this morning, we have three very important panelists that each represent different pathways within the digital space, whether that be from digital art and artificial intelligence to technology entrepreneurship. But all of them have successfully built something impactful through their work in the Caribbean. Joining us this morning is Mr. Benito Thompson, a digital artist, as well as the CEO and lead creator at Don Data Creative Agency. Mr. Shakur Goring, the co-founder and CEO of Nexura Innovations Group, and Ms. Renizia Godfrey, I really hope I pronounced that name correctly, the program manager for Google's DeepMind, as well as the founder of All Access Guyana. Panelists, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Good
Wonderful.
morning.
Good
So
morning.
we're going to have two series of questions that we're going to ask each of you individually, and then we're going to do a quick wrap up. I know we are a bit behind on time, so let's get started. My first question is actually for Benito. Benito, you have built a very successful career by combining the fields of art, Caribbean culture, and technology. And so for the girls that are joining us here today who may be creative, but may not see themselves as tech people, can you share very briefly on how you were able to leverage these three areas to create your own business in the space?
Well, I'm naturally creative. It's a gift that my mom is creative, my dad is creative. But what also is good is that for me, I'm naturally curious as well. So I'm always, like exploring different things that interest me, and tech is one of them. The amazing thing about it is that like I'm not necessarily like a very techie person in the sense that, like coding language and doing all of that. A lot of the AR platforms that I use are no code options, so that makes it very easy for anyone who doesn't, you don't have a very technical mind, but you're super creative and you want to experiment with your work. There are a lot of options, like the amazing thing is that a lot of these social platforms, so in terms of, in a very simple way, in terms of like when you see Instagram filters or Snapchat filters, TikTok filters, that is AR. AR at its simplest is layering tech on top of real world things. And the amazing thing with those platforms is that they're no code. So with Snapchat, TikTok, you don't need to learn how to write your own code. It's all there in a very simple way. You're basically just like uploading your own content. A lot of these experiences come pre-built, and you are just, expanding on that template. So there are a lot of options for anyone, girl or boy, who is interested in art and technology that you can experiment with.
Thank you. And I think that's certainly very interesting that we can see the applications of AR in everyday life, especially as we're so embedded these days in social media. And I think it's also really helpful that you shared a bit on the no-code options, because really it shows that you don't need to have a very technically grounded background to be contributors and active change makers using and leveraging ICTs in everyday business. So thank you
Exactly.
so much for that.
There's one other thing that I want to mention before we move on as well. So in terms of these AI options with Claude and ChatGPT, um, as well, those are basically like no code options. You're basically talking to your LLM. And that way as well, if you're interested, and let's say you don't want to use, like a Snapchat or a TikTok or even an Artivive as your option, you could basically have a conversation with Claude Code, and kind of develop vibe code your own app, so the options are there.
I like where you're thinking, because you beat me to it. I was actually now going to mention that, and you just took the words right out of my mouth.
There we go.
So I just want to say thank you so much for that, and I'm glad that we're on the same wavelength. Moving very quickly on to Gabby.
Yes. So sorry for my camera not being on, guys. I'm having some bandwidth issues, right? So we're moving on to Shakur. So your work focuses on scalable AI-driven solutions for businesses and governments in the Caribbean. Many young women may be interested in technology, but are unsure of how to move from learning digital skills in the classroom to really solving real-world problems. Can you tell us what inspired you to build locally relevant tech solutions? And how did you identify a gap in the market that could become a real business opportunity? Over to you.
Thank you for that question, Gabrielle. What really inspired me was seeing that a lot of businesses and government systems in the Caribbean were still using outdated tools or doing things manually. At the same time, I saw a large amount of people, talented people in the digital space, having skills but not having the real opportunity to use them. So that was my first, that's when the first I saw the gap. We had the skills and the talent, but not enough systems in place to turn those real solutions into income. So I started building NetSure to create technology that solves real problems here in the Caribbean. So that way we can become more sovereign by solving these issues with our own regional talent. But the important lesson is that when you see a problem that affects many people every day, you try to become as entrenched in it and also create real business opportunities once you're willing to build a solution for it.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for that, Shakur. Tariq, you could go on to the other question.
No problem. And I think, Shakur, it's really good to see you moving from gap to sovereignty. I think that that's a really big area that everyone's using right now. And sovereignty means something different for everyone, whether that be data ownership or designated capacity. So it's really good that you were able to sort of look at the market, see the gaps that exist, and fill gaps that exist. And so thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Next up, we have Renisia, and I hope I'm pronouncing that name right. Am
You
I?
are.
Oh, perfect, perfect. I was really worried, but it's a lovely name. First time I ever heard it, and I just absolutely love that name. So
Thank
thank you
you.
for joining us this morning. So you operate at a very interesting and exciting intersection between the global AI leadership through Google's DeepMind, as well as entrepreneurship and a lot of social work using All Access Guyana. For the young woman across CARICOM, your journey really shows that there's no single pathway into technology. So can you share a bit on how you were able to build this very multifaceted, multidimensional career, and what were some of the real lessons that helped you confidently move between innovation, leadership, and entrepreneurship?
Yeah. So there's definitely not one path into tech or into anything meaningful for that matter. My journey wasn't straight. I didn't wake up one day and say, I'm going to work in AI or start a company in Guyana. I built it step by step through curiosity. and trying new things, even when I didn't feel fully ready, or even when I was in rooms that didn't fully represent me. I've worked in global spaces like Google DeepMind, where I saw AI technology and innovation and how it's shaping the future. But I also wanted to build something of my own, something connected to back home and in the Caribbean. And that's how I started All Access Guyana, because I saw an opportunity to create something new and different within the region, um, that reflected us, who we are globally, but not just locally. The biggest lesson I've learned is that you don't have to fit into a box. You can be creative, you could be interested in tech, you could be interested in business, you could love culture, and you can kind of create your own path from that. You don't have to choose just one, because I started in finance. My mom wanted me to be a doctor, and I'm just like, no, mom. I understand our traditional Caribbean homes, but I'm a creative at heart. So my lesson in that is like, you don't have to have everything figured out. You just need to start and do what you're passionate about.
And I think that resonates really well because I think for a lot of people, we're in school and we never know what we really want to do out there. And it's really a journey of figuring it out. What really stands out is that your path, as you just shared, wasn't a linear one. And that's really, really important. You don't need to have everything figured out, but really be open to the different possibilities. And it's great that you were able to have that global experience at Google, that international experience, and then bring back some of the good findings from that to do work in the Caribbean through All Access Guyana. So thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Incredible work. Bonito, so your work proves that technology can amplify Caribbean storytelling in powerful ways. Looking ahead, where do you see the biggest opportunities for girls and young women in areas like augmented reality, digital design, immersive media, and the creator economy? And what are the skills you view as most critical to stand out in this field? Over to you.
So where I see the most growth, it's across all spaces, to be honest with you. I think for me personally, a lot of my foundation, there's a lot of amazing women in my life. And what I see from that is that women have a completely different perspective to men. The way you see things, the way you approach solving, the way you approach problem solving, even with, like from a creative perspective, like the taste level and the things that women find beautiful and attractive are different to men. So from a creative perspective, representation that way, showing up in those spaces, like making, a young girl making her own voice be heard and like doing what she thinks is super cool. Because at the end of the day, is like we all have a unique perspective. Like the way I see things is completely different from how you see things. And then understanding that is that unique perspective that makes you different. You know what I mean? Like 30 people could be using the same tools, approaching the same topic, and you're all going to get like 30 different responses. So I do believe that just showing up in the spaces, approaching, topics from your own creative background, that's where we'll see a lot of growth. Especially in the tech spaces as well. And like I mentioned before, like a lot of this, you don't really need to have a technical mind. You just need to start. You just need to do. So I do believe that is the number one value and the number one growth that we will see. So the more we're having conferences like this and talks and just kind of showing what persons on our level are doing, the more it's going to inspire the younger generation to say, okay, well, I want to do art. Nobody in my family is doing art. Like I'm probably hearing that art, you won't make any money from it, but I have such a unique perspective to it. You know what I mean? Like this comes so natural to me that if I stick to it, integrate all of these different tech tools that are available, I could do something that has never been done before. And I think it's also just by us just showing like what is possible that we will then see that growth. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Thank you so much, Benito. You're so right. Perspective is so, yeah, yes. And I think what it really highlights too is there's so much space here in the creative digital economy. And, more importantly, it shows that, the storytelling aspect, the creativity, the technical skills all together really can open doors that didn't even exist. So thanks so much for that.
Yeah,
Sorry?
and everybody wants the Caribbean experience. So I think, leveraging that creator side of
Yeah,
things to showcase our region is a really big
correct.
thing. And also, I mean, Bonita, you mentioned
Mhm.
that having the woman included in decision making is also really good to have different perspectives. And I see that every day working with Gabby. Things that I don't see, she picks up on. And
Exactly.
it's like, really important to have
Yes.
her as a leader. So many things, I always get buffed up. And she kind of
It's like a different eye, and it's a different
yeah,
detail,
Yeah.
that you wouldn't really get on your own.
agreed. And
Yeah.
it's really important, it's in my opinion. And I'm glad that we're seeing that across the panel.
Yeah, and the
So
amazing thing, last thing, the amazing thing is that, like, for us in the Caribbean, I feel like we have a very rich
Mm.
history and heritage overall. I mean, yeah, there are overlapping and connecting points between all of us here in the Caribbean through CARICOM. But at the end of the day, like, or individual islands and stories are so different, and just by I feel like young kids seeing that, okay, I can use, if I'm creative, I can come up with a concept. I can use Chat GPT, Midjourney, or whatever to explore those ideas. Then I can animate that idea and make like a 1 minute, 2 minute short of something that is specific to my culture, and then just post that online. And who knows, that could go viral. And before you know it, 6 months from now, you probably have the opportunity to be making content with Disney or Pixar or something, just from simply starting. Like, you don't know where it can go just from starting.
exactly. And with all these tools, the barrier to entry is actually pretty low once you're able to appropriately use them and leverage them for your needs, right? Which is good.
Exactly.
So moving on to Shakur now. As AI, cybersecurity, and digital infrastructure become more central to Caribbean development, there is a need to ensure that girls are not only the users of technology, but are actively involved in the process of building it. What are some of the practical steps that you think schools, families, and the wider industry should take to empower more women to enter these fields? And how can also, from the women's side, how can they position themselves to lead in a future-ready Caribbean economy?
Well, I truly believe if you truly want a future-ready Caribbean, we have to just move from just using technology, as we say, building it. And as for schools, we have to start with making tech more hands-on and not just theory. We need to let students get more experience with building apps, solving problems, and actually creating things at an early stage. For families, encouragement matters. So you don't have to understand the technology, but you at least have to support the curiosity of it, and also in the person building it. So it shows that you have to be fully involved as a parent, as a family member, and say from an early age. And for the industry, we have to open more doors with internship, mentorship, and real opportunities for young women to gain experience. And for the girls listening, my advice is simple. You can pick one skill, whether it be coding, design, cybersecurity, or even AI, and just practice it by building small things first, small projects, wherever you find more passionate about, and don't feel fully ready to do it. Just start and grow into it.
Thank you. And so, yeah, I do think that is really critical to see the different roles that the different stakeholders play, whether that be the support from families, the need for practical hands-on support, both from the industry side as well as the school side, and really just driving. And I really think that your suggestion on building projects and really chasing what you find interesting to be a very important one, because there's no telling what skills you can pick up and how far you can go with that project.
Yeah, because the future of AI is technology shouldn't just be something that you use. It should be something that you help create. So that's why you really think.
I like that.
I really agree with Shakur in terms of just like making things just to make them. Like, you shouldn't, I think as a creative and just, anybody who's like innovative, exploring with tech, like, having a end goal of saying, oh, I'm going to do this and sell it for $1 million, like, that probably lowers your chances of hitting the target. But if you build a consistent mindset in terms of, oh, this is a cool idea, I'm gonna just make it for myself, and then you do that 10 times a day, 30 times a week, then that maximizes your chances of something hitting and going big, and then on top of it, it just kind of reinforces your skills over time.
And I do also think that, I mean, in the first question that Shakur answered, he really also mentioned not just building for building's sake, but by looking at a key problem or gap that's being experienced in the region. Because, I mean, one of the last things you want to do if you're trying to push something out there is to create a solution that's still waiting for a problem, but really instead looking at a problem and saying, well, this is an area in the Caribbean, in the region that we're struggling with. How can we help solve it? And then sort of driving your interests and passions, through that structured stream.
Mhm.
Yes. So on to Renicia. So you have seen both the global AI ecosystem and the realities of opportunity building in the Caribbean. In your view, what actions can regional organizations such as CARICOM take to truly empower, educate, and elevate girls in ICT, not only to participate in the digital economy, but to become tomorrow's change makers as leaders, innovators, and founders? So over to you.
Yeah, so similar to what Shakur said, I think we need to move beyond just encouraging girls to participate in ICT and start intentionally preparing them to lead and build within it. From what I've seen globally and within the Caribbean, access is improving. More girls are learning digital skills, more programs are being introduced, but the gap truly happens with what happens next. So I think we need to focus on three things. The first being exposure to real world applications. It's not enough to just learn the skills in the classroom. But girls need to see how these skills translate into businesses, into products, and solutions that truly impact their communities. Second, I think proximity to opportunity. This is integral. So that means mentorship, internships, direct pipelines into companies, startups, and organizations. When you could truly see someone that looks like you in those spaces, it shifts what it feels for something to be possible. And third, ownership. I'm very big on ownership. We should be encouraging girls to not just join companies, but to build them, to create solutions for the Caribbean by Caribbean people. So for organizations like CARICOM, I would encourage funding innovation labs, mentorship platform to something we're building. Technology is global. So that allows us to move beyond the local region and explore what it means to connect on a global level. Yeah, and because the goal isn't just participation, it's leadership, it's innovation, it's ownership within the future that we're building.
Yes, you're so right. And, I think that, just to add, individual talent is so important. But as you mentioned, when the right structures are in place, it makes it much easier for girls or more girls to see themselves and succeed in these places. So thank you
Absolutely.
for that, Unisa. Yeah.
I also like that when you mentioned that we don't just want girls and women to join companies, but to create them. I noticed that everybody nodded their head at the same time. So, I think we're like all on the same mindset in this panel today, which is like really, really good. But as we're trying to wrap up this session right now. I just want to invite all three of our panelists. So we've been going in a certain order. Let's do the reverse order and bring you back in, Renizia, as you're right here, right now. So maybe in one sentence, what is one message that you would like all the girls across CARICOM to leave here with today about her place in the future of ICT's innovation and leadership? So Renizia?
Yeah, so the future of innovation in the Caribbean is about being bold, being able to step into rooms that you may not be comfortable stepping into. Just do it, get started. Don't wait for the opportunity, you create it.
I love that. Shakur?
Yeah, my leaving remarks are don't wait for to be part of the future. You can start building it right now. Your ideas, your skills, and your voice all has a place and in shaping the Caribbean's digital future.
Thank you. And Benito?
Consistently show up and just understand that your perspective is unique, regardless of where you're from. Don't think that because, oh, I'm from a certain place and I can't do XYZ, like that that's probably where you're going to be the most successful, you know? So just show up every day, do what you think is cool, and do that consistently.
I love it. Being bold. Don't just wait for an opportunity, but be the one to create it. I love that. I wrote that down. I'm gonna be using that later today and forever on. But Gabby, so how about we do a little wrap up and kick things off?
Okay, no problem. So first, I would like to thank my esteemed panelists for sharing your journeys, your insights, your honesty with us today. And, speaking personally as a girl working in ICT and actively navigating this space, conversations like this are always grounding to me. My own journey has not been linear. It's been shaped by, learning, adapting, and figuring things out along the way. And even though I'm in the field, there are so many takeaways from this discussion that I can apply to myself to continue to upskill, to continue to grow. So this has been just as valuable for me as I hope it has been for all the girls and the boys here. What today really shows is that there's no single pathway into the digital space, whether through creativity, innovation, technology. There are real opportunities to build something meaningful right here in our region. But more importantly, it's just not about being part of the digital world. It's about how you show up in it, how you position yourself, and how you create value. So again, I would like to thank my esteemed panelists. And without any further ado, I would like to move on to our next session, which continues this important dialogue, this time focusing on how artificial intelligence can drive development and empower girls across the region. So up next is the Government of Grenada's roundtable titled AI for Development, Empowering Girls as Contributors to the Region's Digital Future. To lead us into the discussion, I'm pleased to hand over to Ms. Tia Cummings, ICT Project Coordinator, who will be moderating this session. Ms. Cummings, over to you.
And
Thanks
thank you
again.
for having us today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank
Take care.
you.
Take
Thank
care.
you. Thank you.
And beautiful greetings from the Spice Isle, Pure Grenada. The National Communications The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, NTRC, in collaboration with the Ministry of ICT and the Ministry of Education, quote from the Grenada Cooperative Bank, welcomes you to our panel discussion. AI for Development, Empowering Girls as Contributors to the Region's Digital Future. We are joined by a team of remarkable individuals from international organizations, Government of Grenada, the private sector, and our youth advocate. Panelists, kindly introduce yourself.
That's what I'm trying to do. So just give me 1 minute.
Good morning. Cadell Charles. I am the founder and director of Akata Farms Limited, a growing sustainable farm and tech enterprise here based in Grenada.
Thanks for asking.
My name is Joseph Gill, or Joseph Ivor Gill. I'm a software engineer by training, and I currently lead a team of software engineers at a software company known as Low Tech Innovations. We do a lot of stuff with the government, IT related, and we'll be talking a little bit about some of that. Yeah.
We're in a room. I'm not sure if you're hearing me, but we're not seeing anybody on camera. I'm not sure if that's an improvement or something happening on your end. Not seeing anybody on camera. Is there nobody on camera, or is something happening on our end or your end?
It's on the host end.
Yeah.
Technical team has advised is on the host end. Can you remove the spotlight?
Okay, just give us a few minutes, please. Thanks.
Sure.
I think so we don't lose time, we could start the conversation. We'd certainly love to see you. So please go ahead, moderators, and we'll catch up with you and hopefully see your lovely faces very soon.
We just had the introductions from this, right? So for most of the panelists, sorry. So Ambassador Roberts will introduce himself.
Greetings, I'm Kennedy Roberts, currently Grenada's ambassador for the Sustainable Development Goals based in Grenada, and I look forward to communicating with you today.
Good morning, everyone. I am Fiona Sandy, the United Nations Country Coordination Officer for Grenada, attached to the United Nations Resident Coordinator's Office for the Caribbean. My role is to coordinate the UN system's support to the government and the people of Grenada. I work to connect global United Nations priorities like Agenda 20. For those priorities, practical coordinated. It's a pleasure to be with you today.
Thank you, and welcome again to our panelists and our delegates. Let's take a deep dive into the discussion. Why is AI important for national development in Grenada and by extension our Caribbean region? Mr. Gill, can you weigh in?
I look at AI as a matter of just basic proficiency in terms of literacy. In the IT field, which I'm in currently, the AI tools we use are a basic tool that we use as a team. It's like being an accountant and being able to use a spreadsheet or being able to use a calculator. Going forward, that's how we see AI tools being used in our industry. It is not full professional. It's not like you become an AI profession. An AI proficient at AI. Everybody would have to become proficient at AI. There's no AI professional that is separate from everybody else that's doing a job in any other industry. So we look at it like that, just as basic proficiency for the population going forward, or for students and everybody going forward. It's just a matter of basic literacy.
Ambassador Roberts, can you weigh in on the linkages between small island development states and achieving the sustainable development goals?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to say I'm pleased to see that the theme AI for Development, Girls Shaping the Digital Future, as important, but as we would recognize, it is important to have both boys and girls very involved. AI is rapidly transforming how we live, how we work, how we solve problems. But if we leave out girls actively in the process, from participating in designing these systems, we risk building a future that reflects past inequalities. So AI systems learn from data, and if that data lacks diversity, bias becomes embedded in the technologies shaping the world. So everyone is important. With regards to the Sustainable Development Goals, there are several of the goals that have a direct link to the SDGs. So empowering girls in STEM directly accelerates progress towards the UN SDGs, especially in 4 key areas. While they're related to all the SDGs in one form or the other, they're specifically important in terms of SDG 5, gender equality, because STEM gives girls tools to break the barriers. When you learn coding, data science, engineering, you gain not just skills, but influence. You move from being users of technology to creators of solutions. When we look at SDG 4 in terms of quality education, STEM literacy is no longer an option. They are the foundation. Every skill you build in AI, robotics, data analysis increases your ability to innovate and compete globally. SDG number 8, decent work and economic growth. The global tech industries faces massive talent gaps. So your careers in AI and IT is a fast-growing and high-paying one. So by entering these fields, you are not only improving your own life, you are strengthening your country's economy and your family's livelihood. And the fourth major one is in terms of industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Innovation thrives on diversity. So when girls contribute to STEM, technologies become more inclusive, more effective, more relevant to real world needs. So the idea is to move from ideas to impact, turning STEM skills into development projects and make things very practical.
Miss Sandy?
I think it's important to look at the reality, small island developing states reality. Grenada and other small island developing states are highly exposed to climate and economic shocks. Events far away can affect our food security, fuel prices, and just daily livelihoods almost overnight. We have small populations and communities that spread across multiple islands or even hard to reach areas. We have limited resources, which makes efficient service delivery challenging. Of course, as we're discussing here today, we're impacted by existing digital divides between developed and developing countries, urban and rural areas, and between boys and girls. Most digital tools and AI systems are designed elsewhere, and they may not reflect Caribbean realities and can reinforce inequalities if not adapted locally. So why does AI matter? When used responsibly, AI can help small states deliver services across these islands, manage disaster and climate risk, improve planning, raise productivity, and reduce inequality. The UN Global Digital Compact, adopted in 2024, advocates a balanced approach to AI, a safe, open, and inclusive digital future grounded in human rights, ethics, and public interest. The core question for our girls, we must always ask girls, who benefits from AI? Who is left out? And what safeguards need to be put in place so that all rights are protected and supported? This means using and designing technology to close gaps, not create new ones.
Wonderful. So AI matters. The next question. How can partnerships between the government and stakeholders, such as regional organizations and private sector, further advance AI? I'm going to invite Ms. Charles to start the response on this question. And I'm specifically asking her because Ms. Charles is a recipient of the Commonwealth and the OECS in terms of youth. Take us through this response, Ms. Charles.
Say AI should be treated as a system level approach and not just using AI for the sake of AI. I know you didn't ask me to kind of piggyback on the government part of it, but it's essential for our government to align what is useful and ensure that they create an enabling environment for our girls and our boys to be able to be innovative. My space in agriculture, and we know the challenges and difficulties placed in agriculture. And I was fortunate enough, in my research to figure out, what are the gaps facing farmers to get funding and access to technical support. And the challenge that they faced was the records. They're not keeping proficient records and banks are not able to assess farms. And in terms of partnerships with FAO and UNDP, we're able now to receive a fund to create a solution for that gap. And that is where we came in with Akata Grow is a farm management system to help farmers record information. So aligning the technology itself to find out what agencies that do exist so that when Grenada tap into those resources, it's meaningful back to our communities and to the people who have to use it and live with those technologies.
Thank you. Ambassador Roberts, can you comment on behalf of the government of Grenada?
Well, the government of Grenada has been making significant strides in recent years to enhance the link between ICT and daily life. The work of the NTRC has to be recognized as part of that process. The creation of a Ministry of ICT, focusing a lot on creatives, giving importance and putting the resources to support these programs are critical. There are a lot of opportunities for young people to get support funding for moving their ideas to action. So whether it's through the Grenada Development Bank or other institutions, there are resources available. So once you can come up with the ideas, once you can collaborate with others, because one of the important things we have to do is collaborate. We have to share information. So what you're saying, Ms. Charles, is critical for a lot of small farmers to get the data, because with AI, they can then analyze data much more rapidly to use for action. So the government has been playing a significant role in ensuring that the resources are there, the enabling environment is there, the collaboration is there, and I believe that once young people use their initiative, use the information out there, look for information, don't just sit back and expect it to get to you. You have to look for it, and in that way, the support structure is there, and the government is pleased to be able to facilitate ideas moving into action.
Wonderful. I want to hear from our technology expert on the panel, Mr. Gill.
So as a vendor that does a lot of work with government and government systems, one of the roadblocks we run into that I think government is in a perfect place to help with is policy regarding access to data. I think both persons just mentioned that data, but from a government standpoint, I think policy related to getting access to government data is critical. Whether it's tourism data, whether it's farming data, whether it's general population education data, whatever that is, getting access to data so we can apply and create solutions around those things.
Okay, so data is the foundation for policy making. Ms. Sandy, from the UN lens, share your thoughts.
Well, I want to start first by agreeing with Ambassador Roberts, because I have noticed that the government of Grenada has been doing quite a lot in terms of digitalizing public infrastructure and e-government, e-cabinet as well. But partnerships are essential because each one of us in the society have a part to play. Development organizations have a part to play. Donor agencies have a part to play. So partnerships are essential because, of course, governments, the private sector, regional organizations like CARICOM and OECS, and communities each hold part of the solution. What's even more important is that these partnerships intentionally include girls, youth groups, educators, not just as beneficiaries, but as co-designers and co-creators, so that the solutions that we are creating are relevant to these groups of persons, they are locally relevant, they are inclusive, and they are sustainable.
Thank you. Let's focus in specifically on
What was your experience working
Ready? Renata, we can't hear you again, sorry. You may have muted your room. Renee, you're still muted. Sorry. They're not hearing me. Right? It's not okay.
Young leaders, our change makers, our innovators in Grenada and the Caribbean should focus on as they shape their digital future?
Okay, so we good to? Yeah. Okay. So as a leader of a software engineering company, we are sort of at the forefront of these tools. They are tools that we use throughout our entire software engineering process. About maybe 4 or 5 months ago, our entire company sat down and tried to figure out how we become not just an AI enabled company, but an AI first company, where we don't do our work with the assistance of AI. We basically injected AI into our entire engineering process, where the majority of the software engineering work is done with AI tools, and we come in as the professionals and sort of clean up at the end of it. That to me is going to be necessary, not just for the software engineering field, but every field out there, where there's a certain expectation that you have access to these tools and you're proficient in these tools, and there's a certain throughput of work that's expected of everybody, given that fact. Our clients expect accelerated software development from us, and as a result, we have to sort of embrace those tools and deliver at that rate. And that's something we expect from every industry out there.
Great. I will now invite our colleagues to expand on the comments, add your bit. Let's start with our youth advocate.
One of the things that we're working with at Akita Farms, and we try to, talk about the divide between farmers and the necessary resources for market and funding and so forth. And where I envision the use of AI and technology going, with Grenada pushing for GI certification, that means we could call for higher prices on our market, but traceability needs to play a part with that, hand in hand. When we talk about de-risking agriculture itself with the shocks of climate change, we have to find other financial mechanism. Can we start talking about Bitcoin for agriculture? Can agriculture have its own currency, right? That's the way I'm thinking in terms of, I wish AI can guide that industry, and we're trying to push that for maybe we'd be the first company in Grenada with a partnership to kind of design that. And I think that is the type of discussion and research we need to start having, because we know what the problems are. I think there's no solution that hasn't yet been created, but I think is for us to look at it through the lens of Grenada, and can it be beneficial to our people?
Ambassador?
When we talk about the AI and how I think of how can it be more practical? How can we make this a bit more practical? So, for example, the young ladies who are going to be involved in the challenge, you have to look and see what sort of problem exists in your community. How do you identify that real problem in your community? Is it a healthcare problem, a climate change problem, agricultural issue, a gender-based violence issue? And then you have to match that with the STEM tool, how AI can be used to predict the disease outbreak or analyze the crop yields, how the data science can help you identify patterns in dropout rates in school, how a mobile app can help you access more services, how the smart devices can monitor environmental conditions and these sort of thing. And I would suggest again that when we think of problems, we try to align it with an SDG, because the 17 SDGs are very interrelated, but you need to frame your projects, frame your issues within the context of the SDG. For example, a mobile app connecting farmers to the weather data relates to SDG number 2, dealing with zero hunger. So a digital learning platform for rural students deals with SDG number 4, education. So looking at issues, looking at problems within your community and trying to frame them to solve them, assist you. You can use the technology to build, test, and to pitch it. So the policymakers need to create that enabling environment. We need to work with the educators, with industry leaders. We have to invest in digital access, inclusive policies. The academic environment must mobilize and modernize the curricula to include AI as an integral part of all subjects, not as a subject on its own. The industry must provide mentorship, internships, real-world experience, because talent exists everywhere, but opportunity does not. So the message, especially to the young women, is you do not need to wait to be invited into the future. You can build it. Your ideas matter, your voice matter, your perspective is necessary. And STEM is not just about technology. It's about solving real problems, uplifting communities, shaping a more equitable world. So as you think of your challenges, as you think of strategies, think of real world issues and see how the AI and the technology can be used to solve real community problems.
I don't think I can top any of that. So I want to endorse, but I also want to invite our girls or young ladies to think about issues that affect girls and how you can use AI to approach solutions for those sorts of issues. But I also want to encourage you to be part of a movement of building awareness as you gain that knowledge. And this is how really we can close the gap in terms of the who has and the who has not, and that learning and technological gap. Thank you.
Wonderful. Right. So we have the talent, we have the skills. We do have limited financial resources, as we know. I'm asking each panelist to identify the 3 top areas that you would prioritize sitting at your desks to prioritize in terms of furthering AI and technology. What are your top 3 areas from your lens?
Seeing that I have the mic, I will start. No, but I think education, because AI has benefits, but you can go down a rabbit hole and go to the negative side of it. So we have to share information, educate or people at all levels in terms of the importance of using AI in a prudent manner. I also think prioritizing daily activities, making AI, so like we pay the bills online, we do more things online. It has become natural for a lot of the younger people, but especially those of us over 60, I know we still have a challenge. So focusing on those who grew up without the technology and now have to adapt, I see is important. And of course, collaboration. You can't do it alone. No man is an island. And we have to work together to make sure that we move along this journey in a sustainable way.
Oh. So you take my ideas. For me, definitely off the bat, agriculture. Definitely, that's my passion. We have to feed ourselves. We have to be self-sufficient and sustainable and ensure that the resources that we have now, we are leaving it back for the further generations to come. That is essential. Education, definitely. Yeah, keep watching you. Education is important as well. Ensuring that our population have the necessary skill set and the technical knowledge, because when I have my idea, I want to ensure that I can employ Grenadians to build it, right? That's important for me. The next one, collaboration, partnership is essential. No man is an island, and we need all hands on deck to ensure that if we have an enabling environment and we have the resources, that our young people have the network to take ideas, to build it, to implement it, and scale it. That is what is important for me.
Okay, so not to sound like a broken record, but I'm going to take a slightly different take on the education thing. In a previous life, I was actually a lecturer at Howard in the computer science department. I think there's a transformation that has to happen with education. where we stop pretending that the students don't have access to these tools and that these tools are not core to what they have to learn going forward. The students are using it, the teachers are behind, we're assessing them for the wrong things because they have tools generating entire essays and papers and everything for them. We have to sort of double back and focus on the education system and what we teach them going forward and how we embrace the AI tools together with education as it is today. Without that, we're sort of playing this weird game where students are secretly using AI and teachers are pretending it's not there, and just things are not just not going right. Yep.
I'm not going to repeat any of those. Again, I'll endorse, but I want to add, and just pulling out of Grenada's national budget statements for 2025 and 2026, I want us to think about prioritizing recovery. We're still recovering from Hurricane Beryl. Recovery, and the hurricane season is about to start. Disaster preparedness. And of course, it was mentioned a few times, but strengthening our data systems. We can use AI, but if we use AI irresponsibly or we don't have the data, we're pulling all sorts of misinformation and putting it out there. So I want us to look to using AI to strengthen our data systems. And of course, I would encourage the government of Grenada and the governments around the region that are upgrading digital government and digital public infrastructure, advancing these sorts of initiatives to continue to do that. We said education, but I want to say education and skills. It's supposed to be a part, but sometimes people don't see them as interwoven. So it's good to mention it. And finally, from me, our health systems.
Wonderful. Very enriched discussions. Panelists, share with us one word you would like our students to carry with them as they shape their digital future. As they shape their digital future, one word. I know there are many words, but we're limited for time. So one word, when they leave this round table, one word you want them to carry with them.
Well, I have the mic again, so I'll start. My one word would probably be start, or start today. The tools are constantly evolving. In our industry, it's almost like an everyday thing that we have to keep up with. Start today and get ahead.
Start today and be confident. Confidence is important. You have an idea, you research it, and you believe in yourself that it can be created and it can be implemented and it can solve Grenadian problems.
And by extension, collaboration. So that one word, collaboration, because there are a lot of resources out there, not only money, we have a lot of human resources that we can tap into, collaborate, mentor, support, collaborate.
I'm afraid I have more than one word, but I'll do it really quickly. Critical thinking about problems and not just tools, but also don't be fearless. Don't be afraid to adapt what you see and what is given to you to suit your context, to make it real, to make it responsible, make it inclusive, make it represent girls, your group of persons, make it represent the context. Just make technology work for everyone and don't be afraid to bring along the underrepresented groups like persons with disabilities.
Empowering indeed. As we wrap up the segment, I will invite Ambassador Roberts to give the closing remarks on behalf of the panelists.
Okay, thank you, Tia, and it was indeed a pleasure, and I think all the panelists would agree that it was great to come and not just speak to our students at Grenada, but have a regional audience. We see AI as extremely important in not just learning skills, but building solutions, driving development, shaping the digital future. Getting involved is something that is not a vision, but it is something that has to be done today. We have to do it now. And I believe that the policymakers, the international organizations, the youth, the farmers, the private sector, we're all on the same journey. We have to collaborate with each other. We have to share resources. And as has been mentioned several times, the foundation, the mastering the basics, know your data, know what you're doing, know what you're spending it on. And once you have the data, you have the foundation for doing a lot more and getting the support needed to move this process forward. So I want to encourage the young people generally, but the girls in particular, to be confident, to go out there and change the world. You are an important player in the game of life, and as you said, be confident in what you do, and you have the support out there. And I believe the policymakers will listen to you, and push the ideas and push the strategies that are necessary to have a sustainable approach to using AI and the technology generally. So thank you again to the NTRC and all the other supporters of this initiative, and best regards with your endeavors.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Roberts, and thank you to our panelists for your insightful contributions. Start today. Be confident. Let's collaborate and let's think critically. To our students, this is your time. Embrace the opportunities and shape your digital future. At this time, I will hand over to my colleague, Mr. Luke James Trim, whose next session is focused on creating an app. Thank you.
And thank you, Grenada. We enjoyed it as well, and we're going back to our regular programming in the CARICOM Secretariat Street. Thank you, Grenada, and enjoy the rest of your day. Our next panels, I hope, are going to be interesting to you in the room, if you're not in the room. Musical, should we wait, or what do we think? Okay, the ones who are not in the room. Have you finished? Okay. The next presentation is going to be on vibe coding. Think, build, do. Creating an app. And it will be moderated by Mr. Luke James Trim. And he will introduce the panel. Sorry. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. James Trim. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And hello, everyone. Like was mentioned earlier, my name is Luke James Trim. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I'm currently serving as the outgoing CARICOM Youth Ambassador, and I'm so excited to be your moderator for this afternoon's panel. So the panel is titled Vibe Coding, Think, Build, Do, Creating an App. And joining us this afternoon to shed their knowledge, we have firstly Mr. Shamari Williams, who is a software developer and an entrepreneur, and Mr. Daniel Francois, who is the founder of Omni CARICOM, and he's also a strategic advisor. Panelists, good afternoon. How are you all feeling this afternoon?
Hi, afternoon. Pleasure to be here. And also, much shout out to fellow Trini.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's such a privilege to be invited to be here today. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, great. So let's catch a vibe. So building an app, we all have to interact with apps because the reality of it is that I'm currently using an app just so I can chat with you all. And, you know, as young people, we are innovative. We are the builders of tomorrow. So this sort of tech life, this is basically how we operate through all our spaces. And I want to ask you all, like, when you hear build an app, and I want to start with Shamari, when you hear build an app, what's the first mistake you think that young people make?
I think in this day and age, the first mistake they make is running straight to the artificial intelligence tools. Now, I say this with myself being a person who advocated long before ChatGPT was even known to the average man for artificial intelligence tools to be able to generate code. I wrote an entire paper on this at the university. These tools are meant for efficiency. They aren't meant to replace programmers. They aren't meant to replace thinkers. I think that I wrote before I came here, efficiency without fundamentals is dangerous. Before you should build anything, you should understand what you're building. And I could give perfect example of this. You could vibe code an entire application by just using NLP, natural language processing. But at the end of the day, that application is now insecure because you weren't able to prompt well enough to even consider security. So that's the first mistake. We're using these tools to think for us, and we're no longer doing the core fundamental of our field, which is problem solving. You being the critical thinker.
Okay, great. And Daniel, for any young person who wants to build an app, they probably have the idea in their head. They want to say, okay, this is something that could probably contribute to the development of my country. What advice would you give to them when it comes down to determining whether an app is worth building before they even start writing any single piece of code?
Right. Great question. And also a commentary from Shamari. So the thing with the AI builders are they're actually pretty good for proof of concepts, right? So exactly what you're asking is like proving viability of ideas. So what you want to use, let's say I use Claude, right? I've moved away from GPT after the whole Pentagon thing. I don't want any problems with the US government. So I moved over to Claude, right? They are way more unethical AI tool so far, right? They refuse the US government contract. So these are all things we have to pay attention to in the news, right? When we've been choosing our tools, because our data has been exposed, our thoughts have been exposed on these platforms. So, for example, you have an idea, you maybe want to create a national carbon project, for example. That's something that came up in my home country, yours as well. And you can easily, again, prompt a Claude and say, hey, this is the document for the RFP, this is the mandate. How can we make sure this is a secure build and a viable project? It will then run through different revenue model scenarios, what is needed to make it viable, who are the stakeholders, the players, etc. So those things to me are healthy uses of AI. But as Shamari said, after we get to that juncture, and let's even say we take it a step further and we use one of the visual AI builders, that's merely a proof of concept from a pitch deck standpoint, from a viability and market addressable need standpoint. And of course, then that enables me to then hand over to Shamari, hey, this is my thought, this is the business model, this is what I think I want it to look like. I would like you to, of course, give your expertise now and also build a production grade application, which is very different from a lovable or a cursor AI kind of build out. That's more of a glorified graphic design kind of thing. Yes, they could show how it works. That's great. Don't get me wrong. Like it's a very good starting point. It's a good minimum viable product. Some people even make money from some of these tools. But I guarantee you, if you try to scale, you're going to end up in problems, right? Because you can think about security. You don't know how to troubleshoot code. Don't kid yourself, right? These things help any layman to get their ideas out. So we're trying to make sure Mari and his software engineer's job easier because in the past, I'm sure he had a lot of headaches from clients with trying to get them to describe what he even wants to build. So I think from that perspective, it helps us to articulate our thoughts and visions for the pros to take it to the next level. But we haven't overnight become the pros. And I think that's a big misconception.
Okay, great. And panelists, the exciting part about this afternoon's conversation is that a little birdie would have told me that you all are actually working on developing an app. So at this moment, I'm going to shift all the attention over to you all just to walk us through this app that you all are building.
Yes, so I guess on my end, I want to be the designated layman. And if I could share my screen, I'm share my entire screen here. I would like to walk through exactly what I mean, right? 1 second. Let me see if I can share the entire screen. Let me know whenever my screen comes up here. Yeah?
Yes, I'm seeing the screen.
Right. So this is me literally in Claude. And I'm saying I have a live demo to create a lovable app coming up soon. What is something easy I would like to prompt and get them to show, on the live call, basically, right? Because remember, Claude has a a running memory of my chats, things I search, things I'm involved in, right? So this is a good use of AI, help you ideate. So it's a given your SC3, there's a company called Southern Caribbean Cable and infrastructure work. Here's a personally relevant and visually impressive demo example, a live deal tracker that shows your per country data center pipeline, etc., with status indicators, funding stages, capacities. Why this works perfectly, it looks like real enterprise software, but Lovable can generate it in under 2 minutes from a single prompt. Then your engineer on the call immediately sees the gap, no real database, no authentication, no API connections, no real-based access. That's your production conversation right there. So Claude is actually helping me with this pilot and also highlighting things we just touched on, right? Because Claude, to me, is a very sober LLM, right? Large language model. It lets you know the reality of things right ahead. ChatGPT to me kind of, what do you want to use? It's almost a sycophant, right? It makes you think you're the best, you know, and you're really not a pro. But Claude kind of keeps you on earth, like, okay, just remember, this thing you're building doesn't have any of these things. So Shamari or whoever you're dealing with will have to factor these things in, which is great for me, right? And the audience as well to be aware. So I could then paste this prompt that it generated for me into Lovable prompt, and then we'll get the show on the road. So I'm going to paste this, build a infrastructure pipeline dashboard, show for project cards, for trying to bigger, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to go over to my Lovable screen, and I'm going to put it as is in Lovable. So we have a design in here, all the cards, going through the structures. And again, let's reiterate it. This is a very good MVP concept generator. But as Claude would have indicated, and I always like to impress on people, this is not a production grade build out. This just makes the actual software engineers' realities easier. It makes the conversation, more frictionless, as well as it helps you articulate your vision. But it does not by any means replace an actual software engineer. So rendering dashboard cards. Design dashboard visuals. Creating Caribbean SaaS dashboard videos. Right. So build a dark enterprise style Python dashboard with summary tasks, 4 country project cards, etc. All right, let's see what it comes up with here. All right, this is waiting for the instructions. So let me start to get into the preview quickly. Right. So this here, very impressively, our project pipeline visual of what the app should be, you know, how much megawatts per project, the total estimated capex, active government MAUs, that sort of thing. And, you know, based on the previous panels as well as what AI can be utilized for, this is a very good tracker of infrastructure projects. This could be for construction, you name it, and actually utilized by all governments to keep track of what's actually in the pipeline, what's making sense, what's not making sense, that sort of thing. And even for me, as you can tell, as someone who's into development, okay, this is what is going on. How do I keep track of things? What's actually on the table? How much funds I need to raise, etc., etc. But now, this is where I'll need to call in a Shamari to actually make this live. Like this works from a basic functionality standpoint. But if I prompt the wrong thing, I could say, okay, as Shamari said, try to add in an API myself, try to add in a security feature prompt. I have, in my previous experience, broken about 3 apps. And when you say broken, you mean the code isn't cohesive, right? Because remember, this is taking my prompts. And think about it like the Jetsons, and you have Elroy talking to Rosie, and you tell Rosie, hold this cup and this plants and this dog she will do what you say, but then it's not a practical command. So then she'll try to hold the three things and a glass may break. The dog may fall out of her hand because she only has two hands, right? And that's literally best layman example I could give when people get into prompting, because if I try now to add all these different things, the AI has tried its best, but I'm not an engineer, so I'm going to give it maybe unrealistic demands, and then the app crashes because the codes cross and that sort of thing. So I think here is a very good segue point to where Shamari should tell us where we need to go next and that sort of thing. However, this is usable as is from a personal standpoint, not production grade.
All right. So before the meeting, Dan and I decided that I would have no idea of the app that he would present to you guys. So we could show you the exact thought process that goes into how to prompt and everything else that's involved. So very quickly, let me Dan, could you kindly stop sharing screen?
Sure.
Let me allow.
Right to stop. Even the host should be able to help me stop sharing the screen.
All right, so I'm gonna replace you now. So please confirm that you can see my screen.
Yes, yes.
So the IDE that I use is called Anti-Gravity. It's developed by Google. So a lot of the tools that I use within my personal stack are very Google based, because they are one of the leading, and as Dan said, there are a lot of considerations to make before you pick in your tool. I use ChatGPT for prompt optimization, but Dan would have already created a prompt for the tool to plug into Lovable. I'll just optimize his prompt now for what I need to do. So I'll start prompting. I'll walk you guys through every thought that I have during my prompting process. Firstly, I'm using, based on a friend's advice, only free tools. So this means after this meeting, you guys can leave and do exactly what I did and even more. So everything that you see here is free tools. So firstly, I'm going to start prompting. How I prompt, I treat my models, any model that I use. I'm using chat in this particular case because, again, it's free. I don't want to use the one that I use because it's paid for, as a drunk genius. Whatever you tell it is going to give you a response for. So you have to be very careful at how you prompt. So let's start. You are a senior developer at a software company. This particular line is very important because it brings context to what's going to happen next. It's called personifying. You personify first, so you let this thing know, the AI know that you want it to think along this line and this line only. So now I'm giving it more details. So I'm asking it to use anti-gravity, which we just hyphen as anti-grav, to build a PWA. What a PWA is, a progressive web app. A progressive web app basically means that it could be used both on your desktop and on your, within your web browser rather, and on your mobile phone. So it's easier for me to demo this to you instead of building two separate applications. So it knows that I'm building a PWA. I'm using a stack of Go, which is the stack that I actually use. I use Go as my backend. And let's use React and React. I do not want you to use Vue. We are building a dashboard. Show. Dan, please remind me what it was about to show a
live deal tracker of infrastructure projects.
So another part of my prompting process is I always try my best to ask kindly for anything that I'm doing, just in case the machines do actually take over. I'm kidding, but when you're prompting, you might want to, just in case, right? So it's going to spit out everything that I need in a prompt in an optimized form. It's going to tell me, it's going to tell the tool what I'm doing, what pages need to be created, what my stack is, and everything else that's involved. What I'm going to do now is I quickly read through it. So I'm going to copy all of this. I'm going to go to anti-gravity. And this is where some expert level thinking comes in. When I'm picking my model, each model is very good at doing very particular things. Claude in particular is very, very good at building projects or starting them. And then you would use something like Gemini to do probably troubleshooting and stuff like that. But Claude in of itself is a paid for tech. So it does require some investment. However, because of the use of anti-gravity, you get free prompts. So we're using our free prompts to begin. Like Dan said, there are things that I am going to look for specifically before I even send this off. And one of the things that I want to change is that I wanted to make sure that it's using an architecture called clean architecture. So in here, I noticed they specifically didn't mention the architecture style that I want. As soon as I hit enter, what it's going to do, it's going to start reading my prompt. It's going to go through each line by line to make sure that it understands what I want. It's then going to keep communicating back with me what it's thinking, what it's doing, and it's going to access my device, my computer itself, and it's going to start building out a folder structure for me. So this saves developers a hefty amount of time because I don't have to create any of the folders. I don't have to create the folder structure. I don't have to create the base files. I don't have to install any of the drivers or the tech by myself. It does all of this for me well, we're about to see how long it actually takes. After this point, it's now about me fine-tuning each one of those pages and everything else that I need to do to get done a production-ready software, which also includes my personal involvement in the project. I don't want anyone to leave here thinking that it's okay for us just to prompt and run with it. You must understand your field to understand exactly what you're trying to communicate with you. And this is one of the examples of that. Non-developer looking at this, it's very hard for you to interpret what the implementation plan looks like. But I'm going to give you a very quick overview, and then we're going to accept it and move on. So basically what it's saying is that it's repeating back to me that it's going to be doing some JWT authentication, this Java Web Token. It says that it was listed as optional, and for the purpose of this being the demo, we're going to remain it being optional. It's giving me some warnings for probably API tools that I require are either not free or some might be deprecated. And then it's going to continue telling me about the folder structures, what's going to be inside of the folder layout. It describes to me all of the base required files and the naming convention is going to use for that file. It then talks about what REST API, how it's going to be structured, how the REST API is going to be structured, and so on and so forth. So it then which finally gives us a verification plan. How are we going to verify that the things that we would have asked it for actually accomplishes it? As soon as you hit proceed, what it does is it accepts that you have no edits to make to this particular implementation plan, and it begins working on it. So the first thing it says is going through back the implementation plan, making sure that it gets all of the required information from any other external source. Maybe it's going to pull some APIs. Maybe it's going to make sure that it understands the clean architecture well enough to start creating the documents, the folders, and so on and so forth. I keep
And
looking down.
Shamari, before you continue, I just want to open the floor to questions questions that are probably on the floor, because this is so technical, and I know that it's very engaging also. So I anticipate that there are probably some questions in the room. So we're going to open the floor just for the next 2 minutes to accept questions.
Good day, gentlemen.
Hi.
And I've been paying rapt attention to your presentation and the app that you're actually speaking about. And I've heard the mention of Claude. My question centers around the brand new app by Anthropic, Claude Mythos. My recent research says that this app is so huge, or it is so dangerous, that Anthropic decided not to market it immediately now, but to give companies a chance to fix their security issues, because Claude Mythos have been able to detect a 27-year-old problem that was checked by all the experts and everything. But this app was able to do that. But because of its flaw and the fear that it can fall into the wrong hands, it can do much more harm than actually good. And may I tell you that someone from within that company have leaked the app, really. So what are your thoughts pertaining to this app and the fact that this app now can be used to really do exploit the vulnerabilities of companies that are not really geared to what this app can do? I thank you.
All right, there's so much to unpack there. And for me to give you an answer that satisfies everything there, it might actually have to be a TED Talk. But I'll try my best to satisfy exactly what you're asking. Firstly, we have to understand very clearly that within our field of engineering and technology, it's always going to keep rapidly advancing. And in any other field, anything created, there are side effects of it. And we could create a drug one day that could make us all live forever, but it makes us break out or something of the sort. And it's the same thing with any technological tool. It just happens that some of the ramifications of using them are more severe than just a regular breakout. In terms of what Claude has been doing and any other AI company, it's participating in what we call the AI race. Everyone that's participating in that race wants to be the person that delivers the most value. The reason for that is that the more value you produce as an AI company is the more money you're going to make. I think you can imagine that this here is a multi-trillion, if not zillion-dollar industry, or will be, or could be. But currently, nobody's making any sort of real money with AI. It's actually cycling through the all the investors. So for example, NVIDIA, who builds their chips, would invest in ChatGPT or OpenAI specifically, but with a caveat of they have to buy their chips back from them. So that money is in rotation. And the reason for that is that the reason that that's so important is that the race is still going, therefore nobody has won yet. So there's no real money to be made from the consumer like us, right? When you now compound that with the fact that I am able to do almost anything that I want to do with a tool with no sort of previous knowledge, and this is me, the user, it creates more and more vulnerabilities as we go along. So how do I feel about it personally? I feel just like in any other tool, we have to continuously develop our capacity to answer for everything that comes with it. And that's through education. Like this forum in particular, where we're talking to young girls, some people who have been prior excluded from these conversations, right? And I heard the vice chancellor for the university and spoke about developing a task unit to track AI growth and use cases and stuff like that. And those are the things that I feel as though are most important. I don't think we should try at any form to block development, but to just respond to what comes with it. I don't know if Dan has any opinions on that.
Yeah, sure. I agree with all that said. And like you said, we really could be here for a TED Talk if we really unpack everything. but in a quick summation of what's going on, that's also why I use Claude, right? Anthropic is a more ethical company. Although they are part of the race, they don't want to win the race by any means, right? So we're aware that it's a double-edged sword, and we're aware that okay, the same thing that could probably cut open his coconut could also, damage a man. So here's what's going on. I'm gonna bring in these other companies. Let's all troubleshoot and look at what Claude Mesos is capable of. How do we hedge against our own safety in the future in terms of this thing has quantum computing hacking capabilities and whatnot. How do we keep our Bitcoin safe, our bank safe, etc. So I know it's going through that phase right now. They're calling Apple, Amazon, etc., to weigh in on how to make sure this tool doesn't end up leading to demise. And I think that's very important and a very ethical step. And I kind of lean on that side of the research part of the tools, not just as a geek looking to figure out, okay, this is a new tool for me to do this fast and whatnot, but the fact that they were able to take a pause and bring in the other quote-unquote competitors and say, hey, let's really look at this, because what we created probably better than everything y'all ever made, but we're not going to be egotistical about it. We actually want to be pragmatic and secure humanity in a group, I guess, work session about it. So to me, that's actually a good sign.
Right. But back to the thing at hand, right? What you guys are seeing in front of you right now is this model that I would have used is spitting out code for me that I would use to build the app, right? This is all healthy, usable code. The red that you're seeing right now is that it's taking an iterative process of going through each file and keep writing code with context of what's happening around it. It's also using my terminal to run commands on my behalf, which is to some developers very scary, but I would have enabled mine. So let's take, for example, this art file. We asked for a JWT token. So what this is doing is making sure that all the stuff that comes from it handles the initialization, the development, the encryption, and all other parts of the JWT. I'm speaking without actually have read without reading the code so far. Brain fart moment. But one of the things that this particular tool does that I really like is that as it writes code, it also leaves comments so that when I go back to read the code, I can understand clearly what it would have done. All right. So if we go now, this is an entire part of an application that would have taken me probably an entire day, I would say, to wire up and start writing all those things. They fed it to me. As we continue going down the cycle, it then finished my backend code and it started to write the front end code, which is the thing that the user would digest it or see. And as we go along, it keeps asking me or telling me that these are the changes that it's making. Can I continue making those changes? The reason that is so important is something Dan mentioned. We're so ready to accept the changes without having to read them. We don't actually know what the code is doing. So at the end of the day, when it's time to scale or troubleshoot, don't fool yourself. You do not know what is happening here. So as we go along, it offers me, this is the changes I've made. This is why I've made these changes. Do you agree with it? And I keep accepting it. So because of how long I did not realize it would have been such a big tool, I thought we would be able to generate it so fast. What I'll do after this is I'll host the code online so that the end result, everybody could see it. So I don't want to hold up the meeting any longer, but I hope that for the non-techies out there that you are entirely confused by what is happening in front of you. And that is important because I need you to understand that at the end of the day, while this is possible, you need still to understand what is happening before you go and take this and leave and put it out into the world. It's okay for, like Dan mentioned, for MVP prototyping or fast prototyping, but without understanding what a put is or a get or what the term JWT actually means, you could end up creating technology out there that causes more harm than good in the long run. So I want to end there as it will just keep spitting out more and more code and for me to explain to you each and every each and every line would take forever. So instead, I'll just host the code that it spits out. So you guys can see that it actually created a fully workable application. And for the techies that understand what is happening, I hope that you are impressed, and I would have introduced you to a new tool that you could actually use.
All right, all right. So, Shamari and Daniel, I want to thank you both for this live demonstration. Listen, I think I myself am interested in creating an app. I don't know what that app will be just yet, but when I figure it out, you two will be the first to know what idea I came up with. Now, I want to thank everyone for paying attention, for catching a vibe, for enjoying this live building of an app. And at this moment, I would like to pass the baton to Mr. Shakwan Gill. Shakwan, are you there? For those of you that enjoyed this session, you could just send some hearts or some claps in the chat. I know that you all will be going away with a lot of notes, with a lot of tips. Yes, lovely. Love to see it. So we're just gonna wait for Shakwan to take over for his session. Again, I want to thank you, Shamari and Daniel, for joining us this afternoon.
Thanks for having me.
If you all are speaking at the secretariat, we're not hearing well. I'm
Can
not
you hear me now?
Right, we're hearing you loud and clear.
Perfect. Let me thank you, Luke, for coordinating and for moderating the session so brilliantly. We want to also thank your panelists for that live demonstration there. I think it was extremely impactful, but also very detailed. And I think the first time we've been able to look at something so detailed. Our next conversation will be surrounding a very interesting conversation, an interesting topic. It focuses on women and law, and we have joining us virtually, but in a pre-recorded way, a very inspirational woman, I would like to say. She, of course, is the founder of the Erling Bradshaw Foundation, Sustainable Development Champion for Education in the Prime Minister's Office of Barbados, CEO of Crypto Mondays Africa, a globally awarded education futurist, and I can go on, but that may take us the rest of the day. And with no further ado, allow me to introduce none other than Ms. Gabrielle Gay, the founder, Gabrielle Gay, the founder of Let's Talk Tech, to share some information with us on the Femilex advocacy.
Hello, CARICOM, and across the entire globe. Happy International Girls in ICT Day 2026. I'm Gabrielle Gay, founder of the Erling Bradshaw Foundation and the Let's Talk Tech radio and podcast show. We'll be spending a short time together today on the topic, building spaces that didn't exist. Let me start with something personal. I began my work in education philanthropy at just 13 years old with my mother's and God's blessing. Not with funding, not with a team, just with a belief that access to education, especially technology education, should not depend on where you're born, what school you attended, or what resources you have access to. That belief became the Erling Bradshaw Foundation. Today, it is a globally recognized and awarded charity foundation that has reached over 10 million people across 147 plus countries. I'm talking from the Caribbean to Africa to Asia to the Pacific to even Latin America and parts of Europe. Focus on one mission, using technology education, policy reform, and digital skills as tools for economic empowerment, social mobility, and leadership. And for over 20 years, that work has done one thing consistently. It's gone into spaces that were overlooked, underserved, and often ignored, and built something there. Because that's what this journey really is about, and that's where this journey really begins. Not with platforms, but with gaps. And one of the biggest gaps that I saw was not just in education, but in leadership. A gap for women, especially from the Caribbean, because and digitally excluded regions were not being equipped to lead law in fintech, in AI, and in emerging technologies. So in 2021, I built another space that didn't exist, the FemLex cohort. Not just a program, but a global movement. And today, the FemLex cohort has built a community of over 300,000 women changemakers worldwide across Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, Europe, the Americas, and beyond. You know, bringing together lawyers and legal scholars, fintech professionals, AI researchers, blockchain developers, climate tech innovators, students in these disciplines from all over the world. And what makes this program different is that it doesn't just talk about the future, it actually trains the women in the program. As the world's first eco-technology justice cohort at the FLE, we created an intensive experience where participants explored AI governance and ethical data systems, fintech law, and digital communication, gender equity in technology, legal innovation for national development. And the impact? 100% of FLC participants reported an increase of 99% felt fintech, AI, and climate tech, and they all alumni around the whole and serving under the task force, building systems in their own countries. But in 2024, we took it even further. We led the creation of the Eco-Technology Justice Resolution, unprecedented
Because you guys are up
in-depth policy framework.
Yeah,
And this work was supported in partnership with CARICOM ICT 4D. A special thank you to my ICT 4D family, Jennifer Prison, Utica Alves, and the entire CARICOM ICT 4D. And I want to pause here because listen, in the world, and we had questions that there does the ones that we found like CARICOM, chooses to support the work of a young Black Caribbean woman who is bridging law, policy, reform, education, and technology in ways that have never been done before. It sends a powerful message. It says that innovation does not have to come from outside the region. It says that leadership can be young, Caribbean, and female. It says that the future of policy, technology, and education can be built from right here. And that kind of validation doesn't just support one program, it shifts what is possible for an entire generation of women like me, of women like you. Because representation is not just about visibility alone, it is about access to power. And that Eco-Technology Justice Resolution and policy framework, adopted by over 130 ambassadors and professionals, endorsed by entities such as CARICOM ICT 4D, Global Citizen, Humane Intelligence, DLA Piper, and more, and with a partnered reach of over 48 million people globally, broke barriers, made history, and called for something clear, that the future of AI, future of fintech, and emerging technologies must be equitable and inclusive. And then came Let's Talk Tech. Because even with all of this work happening globally, there still was a gap locally and regionally. A gap between policy and people, between innovation and understanding, between what was being built and what people actually knew. So again, I built the space. Let's Talk Tech is not just a show. It is a national platform designed to bring together technology, education, climate, law, and innovation in one place for one audience in a way that people can simply understand. Every week, we take conversations that exist in reports, in ministries, in innovation hubs, and we bring them into the public sphere. Through our partnerships with incredible entities such as the Oceania Innovation Hub and the Ministry of Educational Transformation, we are not just hosting just simple conversations. We are amplifying a national and global vision. A vision rooted in climate resilience, education reform, and digital transformation. And the impact? Over 500,000 views across social media, over 120,000 listeners across our first 6 episodes. But then again, those numbers aren't the real achievement. They're simply a signal that people were ready. They just needed access. And that's what all of this work comes down to. Access to education, access to opportunity, access to understanding, access to power. Because when you build a space, you don't just create a platform, you change who actually gets to participate. You change who gets to lead. You change what becomes possible. So tonight, I want to leave you with this. If the space you need doesn't exist, build it. If the space doesn't include you, redesign it. If the future feels out of reach, bring it closer. Because the people who shape the future are not the ones who wait for permission. They're the ones who create the platform. And that is what I'm doing through the Erlen Bradshaw Foundation, through the FemLex cohort, through Let's Talk Tech. We are not just waiting for the future idly, we are building it, and you can build it too. Happy International Girls in ICT Day 2026. Hello, Carol.
I want to thank Ms. Gay for sharing those very inspirational, encouraging words with us and our audience, those online, and of course those who are here in the room with us as well. Joining us now is another what we expect to be extremely impactful panel that will be moderated by none other than the great Miss Nicole Cole herself, who is in the room with us and will take us through. And so I want to hand over the microphone figuratively to Miss Nicole Cole as she takes us through.
Thank you very much, Mr. Will, and may I congratulate you on all that you're doing, and of course I wish you a blessed and happy marriage life. Happy International Girls in ICT. Come on, for the girls in the room, clap, clap, clap. It's your day. It's your day. And because it's your day, we are happy to celebrate it, educate, elevate, and everything else that we're supposed to do. Our future ready, carry come. And to the panelists, this session is supposed to be Girls Speak from Classroom to Career. I'd like to recognize the panelists, Ms. Zainor, did I call your name right? Lawrence, and Ms. Anya Devedi.
Ananya Devedi.
Ms. Anya Devedi. It sounds as though you're all the way from the great country India.
That's correct.
Ah, yes. So I may have some different languages there, Sanskrit. So I bid you namaste, namaskar, om shanti, shanti om. And first of all, if we were to look at the classroom and girls and pursuing STEM subjects, careers in science, ICT, what would you say motivate girls? How are they motivated to actually pursue? Is it from childhood, the toys you give them to play with, their socialization? Or are they interested when they get into the classroom of itself? Mainstream, if you get into extreme. What motivated you as girls to pursue this path that you know? I think.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. So to answer that question, when I think about myself, like when I first entered, I had a computer lab in my school, and when I first entered it, what motivated me was just looking at the device. Like how you attract a child, you give them a tablet, you give them a phone, and then you kind of you're pushing them or you're forcing them to engage their brains in them so they don't cry, they are too much into their phones and tablets. So access is actually, if you look something, you're definitely being able to have that curiosity in your mind. Oh, how does it work? How do you do it? What's inside the screen? Is there someone sitting in the screen doing something? Or let's say well, when I think about myself, what I was really curious about, like how everything, it looks like a paper, right? Everything looks like a paper and it's just the screen, and how I'm able to use it. It also looks very similar to a television. So it's like operating a television. So that was something I was very curious about too. And being in control of it, being able to play as a child, being able to play games on it, or as I grew up, being able to collect knowledge in this world. Like there are a lot of students who actually just look into their phones or laptops and to gain the knowledge. We have very less people now who actually go and read into the book. So it's the coming age of the technology. Just prefer the technology and read on it. And so yeah, that was a big motivating factor. It's just, what attracts to a child. It's just the look of it. Yes.
Thank you. Go right ahead, Zainor.
Okay, so I believe that it varies from person to person. What would be the motivating factor for whether you go into a STEM field or not? Personally, I'm in engineering specifically, and what motivated me, thank you, what motivated me was the fact that engineering, it's a field that requires a lot of curiosity. I learned this from being involved in STEM Ghana from secondary school, and I didn't expect that I would go into engineering, but once I learned more about engineering from STEM Ghana, I realized that the entire process of engineering, regardless of whichever major it is, you need curiosity and you need to have a will to fix things and to see that there is a possibility to innovate things and work on things for the betterment of them. So having that curiosity, that could be from young, or it could be something that you develop along the way into your adulthood. Some people, they know that they're going to go into STEM from maybe tech subjects that they did in secondary school. Some people like myself was not in the tech stream. Yes, I was in the science stream and now I'm in engineering. So I would say it varies from person to person. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think what you said there, especially for Zainora, not being in a tech stream, but actually through your participation in STEM, you developed the love and now you're in engineering. So I want to actually congratulate you and to my very good sister who spoke about looking at the screen and being able to see it at least very young and thinking thoughts of what is behind that screen and what is there. I think that is important, especially for girls, the type of toys we give them. Usually girls get dolls, girls get teddy bears. And to me, the socialization is to have them in a mindset that they are carriers of babies and they are to have this nurturing role. But I know that for my very own socialization, certain toys you weren't allowed to play with. But I'm happy that you mentioned that. So should we give girls the tools very early on to help to put them in the mindset that I can be a doctor, I can be a data scientist, I can be an engineer, I can be a programmer, I can be a coder? Do we introduce it very early childhood development where we give girls the toys, the tools early that enables them to think in that part that we would want them to see them gravitate, because I think we learned that there's only 35% of women in STEM and whereby, so there's a huge gap, but in order to narrow that gap, do we do that? Please, thank you.
When we talk about giving them the toys, so it's definitely important. Just not give them toys, just not give them dogs based on their gender. Just not give boys cars based on their gender. But I do believe that if we are providing them technology at such a young age, it should be supervised, it should be controlled, because there is a big misuse and we hear so many things like about child abuse. So we have to protect, shield our children from the outside world, right? So it should be very controlled. It should be given, yes. But for a child that young of age, definitely you need to censor what sites they are going on to, what they're reading about, what they're watching. Yes, so that's something definitely that we need to keep in our mind.
I think that we should welcome the variety of toys that were introduced to them at the beginning. Because as you said, some households, they discourage certain toys for certain genders of children, and that I don't think we should continue that. We should see what type of toys and content the child gravitates to, what sparks their interest. So I would think we should indeed monitor what the child seems to be interested in instead of kind of forcing onto them what they should be interested in from a young age. Thank you for that. I have learned through a couple of nursery school teachers that there's actually a new circular for the curriculum to not instruct the child in the nursery school, but to do exactly that, see what they gravitate to. And I guess we are starting on that path. But if we were to look at one barrier that still make it harder for girls in your community, like to move from the standard type of education into the digital access, going into STEM opportunities, what would you say that barrier is? would say currently there's still a hidden underlying barrier that exists in terms of gender bias, where when girls and females in general, when they want to contribute or give their input to team discussions in these team spaces, in these technical spaces, they aren't always taken seriously. They aren't listened to or heard. Sometimes they're not even acknowledged. And oftentimes girls would realize that they have to go the extra mile to make what they're saying heard by their male colleagues. And some girls don't realize this. Instead, they start to question whether or not it's because of what they're saying may not be worth the team listening. They question whether they belong on that technical team. And that is something that definitely alters the confidence of girls who are interested in going into these team fields. And that's what we don't want to empower them to pursue the path if they're interested in technical spaces like that. So I think that is a barrier that is not stopping girls from going into STEAM from education, but it's slowing some of us down. And some girls actually end up thinking to themselves that it's not worth to say anything at all in these team discussions due to the fact that they think that it may not make sense since no one is, listening. And when this happens, not only does the team lose a voice or just a contributor, but they also lose a valuable perspective on that team because she may be able to point out something early on that someone else on the team would later on point out when it's too late. But because she doesn't have the confidence anymore to say it, it affects the whole thing.
Adding on to what Vilma has just said, I completely agree with it. I would also add, like, even if the girls, they are in the IT sector, and they are often pushed to softer roles, like of data management. Like, they can do the entry-level job or data entry. That's a whole field, and girls are often pushed towards those softer roles. And we compare them to the male counterpart. They are often pushed towards the hard roles like software engineering or cybersecurity. So that's the specific word for it, and that's called horizontal segregation. We are doing a gender bias. You are just I am a person in medical field. I'm a training doctor. So it had happened to me. People have expected that I should be a gynecologist or a pediatrician, and I should not go for fields like surgery or neurosurgery or cardiology. So that is something that I personally face. And I do believe it's same applies to tech. And girls, they are just pushed, oh, you should just take the software roles they can do with, something very easily that can be done on their software by itself. And even at home, I went to the shop with my laptop and the person even asked me if I knew how to put a password on it. Yes. So that was very surprising. Like, anyone can know it. And he just assumed that because of my female gender, I might not have that,
know-how, the skill.
Exactly.
I thank you for sharing that even in medicine, there is this push to soften the role into other things that are seen as more feminine. When you mention surgery, I have a brother who is a surgeon and he's qualified in general and robotic surgeon in the US. Yes, and he's currently in Indiana, moved from Pennsylvania, and he's studying to do plastic surgery now. So I take note of that. But I would also like us to recognize that it was two women or a group of women who did the maths that sent men to the moon, right, Jennifer?
Okay.
So if you look at the movie Hidden Figures, students, I'd like you to bring up the movie movie Hidden Figures, maybe CARICOM can actually do it as a project where you actually look at women who did the mathematics that sent, they didn't go to the moon, but that spacecraft that went to the moon, it was the women's brain behind that. And the movie Hidden Figures was to highlight the fact that even though as women we do make those strides and our brain is that good, it is pushed aside. So what I heard from you, Diana, is the valuing of what women have to say. And the fact that she may be in the room speaking, but when a man speaks, it is taken more seriously, even if he's not speaking the right thing. And for that, I think we've got to make the change. What is one change that schools, policymakers, partners, all could make right now that would better support girls like herself? I know Zainor having team, Diana, I think Panama, STEM Diana, Panama 2025, going there with a robotic team. What are some of the changes that policymakers in schools, the partners such as CARICOM, RSC, and can make that would help better to support girls and make your voice stronger and more valued. So when you stand to speak in a room, men, women, everybody just look and say, well, yeah, I know her, she knows what she's doing. And thank you.
Well, with my experience at Stambiana, I first joined to be a part of a team that had to partake in an international robotics competition. And when I first joined, I was completely clueless about anything engineering, anything robotics. But from joining, I learned so much about engineering and robotics, and that's actually what contributes to my interest. But the way that I learned it wasn't from sitting down in a classroom and learning about the parts of a robot and everything theory related before we started to build. No, we were introduced to the robotic parts while they were talking to us and teaching us about everything. So I think that, okay, so personally, I'm a university student. I go to the University of Canada. So I think UG could kind of imitate this structure, and instead of having weeks of theory classes for each engineering course, and then something that's hands-on and practical for us to do and is assessed, I think instead of that, we should aim to have in each and every classroom simultaneous teaching between theoretical and practical hands-on real exposure, because I think that would help us learn so much better and connect the content that we're learning theoretically to what is actually happening in the real world. Because many of us who go into these to pursue these engineering degrees, we may not have had any exposure to tech, equipment, nothing hands-on. We're just here with interest. So now when we go and pursue these degrees, some of our interest is kind of diminished because it's just a bunch of theory that may not make sense or does not make sense fully because there isn't that real hands-on equipment and technology to look at in collaboration with what's being taught in the classroom. This causes many of us to just turn to memorization in the classroom to pass exams and stuff, but this wouldn't be fruitful down the line, neither for the exam nor for when we actually face with real engineering problems in the workforce.
Thank you. Just my final question, because I think we're actually out of time. When we look at the barriers in the classroom, we know that we heard this morning persons talk about the funding and money and the fact that this has a cost. And do you think if girls were to get, if there's a quota system, I'm going to use that because in our parliament, that's how women get in politics. They have a quota system and the parties follow that 1/3, even though we push it for parity. Do you think if we have fully funded scholarships for girls in the STEM fields, it would actually help to remove barriers? The fact that it's costly to do even the practical and to get the machines and to see that. Do you think that would help? Thank you.
I very strongly believe that economic barriers hit girls harder. And that's because, let's say, a family, they're just barely living on an allowance and they're finally able to afford a laptop. And when it comes to giving it to the child who would get it first, that would definitely be a boy, not a girl. So they come second in line. Additionally, if you're providing them with financial benefits like scholarships, so yes, that would definitely help them. The parents won't have to pay for them. If I add on a little bit more about the economical barriers, it would be that it's not just economical barriers, but at the ground level, because of the societal expectation, girls don't really have a lot of free time on their hands. They're expected to do household chores, and that's a reality. So since they're expected to do the household chores, the men, the boys, they're just at advantage just because of the technical advantage because they have free time. And ICT requires uninterrupted free time. It's an expensive hobby. Yes, it's an expensive career. Yes, but it requires an uninterrupted time. And time is the most expensive thing that we have, right? So without free time, without that, because I personally know someone who got the scholarships. He came from a not very strong economic background, but still she had so much of household responsibilities and everything else. So it was very hard for her, even with a scholarship, to do the program to complete it. But she did finally because of the grit and resistance she had.
I think yes, fully funded scholarships would be very helpful and any type of financial support because there are many girls who are interested in going into engineering, but because maybe their families may not have, may not be as privileged to be able to fund that interest, they may not be encouraged to pursue it. So if we have education support programs and scholarships like that, financial support will be really helpful. And some girls actually have to work while studying right now because they are interested in the field, but they can't pursue the field if they're not working because they need the money. So definitely the financial support would be beneficial.
Thank you so much, young ladies, for sharing your experience. I hope the girls in the room as well, some of the boys would have heard some of those challenges. And I think funding is important. I know at the Women and Gender Equality Commission, we funded girls in STEM. And most recent thing that we've done is to have the Honorable Justice Desiree Bernard Award to the best graduated law student. And this is whether male or female, so it's gender neutral. That's to ensure we always give back. And we are going to look at see how we can, because they say university has returned to free education, which has been in the Constitution since 1976. We want to look at how we can have something like a bursary when they go on to do willing. Without further ado, we're pressed for time, and so we have the erudite Akila Doris, my colleague from the class of 2007 that is online. You know, we graduated together, and I'm always happy to share a space with her. So, Akila, over to you. One love.
Thank you so much, Nicole, and thank you for the opportunity to moderate this session on healthy living anywhere, smart safety practices online and offline. And so when we think about healthy living, we oftentimes focus on our physical health. But the reality is that our well-being is also shaped by the environments we move through every day. And today, those environments are both physical and digital. So whether we're at school, in our communities, or online, young people are constantly navigating spaces that offer opportunities, but also risks, from cyberbullying and online scams to unsafe social situations and peer pressure. The challenges are real and evolving. So today's conversation is really about awareness. It's about smart decision making and empowerment, making sure young people have the knowledge and confidence to stay safe wherever they are. So, to help us unpack what smart safety really looks like in everyday life, I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Will Campbell, who is a lecturer at the University of Guyana and a psychotherapist, and he will be guiding us through some practical insights and strategies on staying safe both online and offline. Dr. Campbell, over to you.
Pay attention, everyone.
The floor is open, Dr. Campbell. Please do go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Akiva. And I'm really happy for this opportunity to share in this, what I think is a most important forum, where we address girls in ICT. Now, I'm going to be the wet blanket. So far, we've been hearing about how good this new technology is. I'm going to have us pause for a little while and reflect on or examine some of the challenges that come along with our use of this technology and how we can manage these challenges so that we get the best out of it. Now, I myself, I love social media, and I'm going to focus on social media a lot in the next few minutes that I have. I love social media. I am, in fact, I have been described as an addict, and which is part of what the challenge that I'm going to discuss today. I like the fact that even though I left school so many years ago, I left high school so many years ago, and I was for a while out of touch with my colleagues, I've now been able to connect with most of my classmates from Form 1 and some of them from primary school. And every once in a while, we get to meet up and interact and catch up on all that we've been missing from each other's lives. I like the fact that, well, I'm a girl dad, so I have 2 daughters, and they live thousands of miles away from me, but we can FaceTime every day. So I don't get to forget what they look like, and they get to see how my beard is growing. And, you know, we get to talk about our days, frequently. I like the fact that I have these hobbies and interests, some of which I don't have a lot of knowledge about, but social media allows me to access that information. I like the fact that I'm able to do so much, which I would not have been able to do in the absence of this technology. But there are some challenges. And so we're going to look, because I'm a psychologist, we're going to focus on some of the psychological challenges that come out of our use and sometimes our overuse of social media platforms and other forms of information technology. Social media use has been linked to anxiety, which is a psychological disorder where people have these fears, very often unfounded in anything that is a real threat to them, but their brain causes them to believe that something is frightening, and so they're constantly in fight or flight mode, sometimes to the extent that it causes our physiological functions, our bodies to collapse, and we have anxiety attacks or panic attacks. And anyone who's had a panic attack will tell you that while you're having a panic attack, it feels like you're actually going to die. And that affects our sleep, it affects our ability to interact with others, it affects our ability to work and to function normally. So social media use has been linked to anxiety attacks. Also, has been linked to depression, and I believe that more of us know about depression than we probably know about anxiety. And depression is another psycho-emotional disorder in which people lose their sense of hope, lose interest in life, lose motivation, and may sometimes become suicidal. Things that you used to be excited about, you're no longer interested in. You don't have the motivation sometimes even to get out of bed or to go take a shower. People with depression can find themselves crying and feeling sad and depressed and hopeless and useless. And very often they can't explain why they're feeling like this. You know, looking at them, everything seems to be going well. But social media can cause us to become depressed sometimes because it, you know, I struggle sometimes with social media, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit more because very often the items that show up in our news feeds are the negative ones, the ones that are depressing, the bad news. And so it is easy to become depressed for that particular reason, but there are so many other reasons why we may become depressed, one of which includes loss of sleep. I'm going to go to that in a moment. And then there is a comparison culture. The truth is, we kind of have to compare ourselves with other people. We have to. I mean, how do you know what's in style? How do you know what's appropriate to wear to a particular event? You compare yourselves with other people. You look at what other people are doing, and sometimes we try to model our own behaviors, our own deportment, and so on that. But what social media does is it gives us way too many people to compare ourselves with. And in addition to that, it causes us to believe, because people curate their social media presence, they're careful about what they put on social media. So if I'm going to take a picture to upload to social media, I'm going to make sure that I'm, you know, neatly groomed on that particular day, and I'm wearing my best smile, and the light is perfect, and you know, I'm moving my phone around so that I can take that picture from the best angle, and then I might use Gemini or something else to make myself, you know, to take out the blemishes and the wrinkles. I might make all my hair look black or whatever, and I look my best and I put it there. And everybody thinks, ooh, Will is looking good. Why am I not looking like him? We went to school together. And so very often we're comparing ourselves with a fictional snapshot of someone else. In fact, even social media influencers, they show the parts of their lives that are beautiful and romantic and exciting. And we compare ourselves with that. Sometimes we see family pictures and we think, oh my goodness, what a happy family. Why can't I be happy like that? But you don't know what happens when that camera shuts off. And so you think that you are the only one experiencing your challenges. And that can lead to depression. It can also lead to anxiety, because now I feel like if I go out with people, I have to look a certain way. I have to match all of these visuals that I've been seeing, and all of this lifestyle that people are apparently living. And I feel like I don't match up, and so I'm anxious and I'm concerned that I'm going to be judged based on those standards that I see on social media. And so there's that comparison culture that has been heightened, that has been exaggerated as a result of our the constant social media presence. And then there is loneliness. And it's interesting that now we can have as many friends and as many followers as we want. There was a time when it was limited. Now you can have as many followers, you can have millions of friends on social media and not know one single one of them. In fact, in my own experience, and I tend to share my own experience a lot, I often get confused because I walk into spaces and I see people that I think I know. And very often when I go, might go over to them with my introverted self. And then I discover that we've never met. I just saw this person a few times on social media for some reason or the other, and it feels like I know them, but in a very superficial way. And that's the challenge with social media. You have a virtual contact with millions of people, but no real connections. And so I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit there. And so a lot of us have lots of, a very viral presence on social media, if that is even a thing. but no real friends. And what I've noticed is that sometimes, even when we have an opportunity to interact with people in real time, we are all seated around the table, supposedly to spend time with each other, but everyone is on social media, on their phones, on social media, losing the opportunities to actually connect with real people. And so we become lonely because it doesn't matter how many likes you get on social media, and it doesn't matter how many hug emojis people paste, people react to your pictures. There is no replacement. There is no substitute for a real hug when you need one. And so we have all of these contacts, but we don't have real connections. And these contacts fool us into thinking that we have connection until we're in a space where we really need people. And then we realize that those virtual contacts can't help us. So a lot of us are lonely. Now, this next this next issue here might only be mine. So maybe I'm just talking to myself. But if we are not balanced in the way we use social media, we will find ourselves living some really unhealthy lives. First of all, there are all these ads, these commercials, these that advertise unhealthy foods. And so we go for those. Because commercials are, scientifically, psychologically researched so that when you see it, you feel like you must have that. And so we're eating the wrong things. The other is that I don't know if you've had that experience, but if you're seated in one place for a long time, you'd be surprised at how much you've eaten without realizing that you've eaten that much. The other thing is that it causes many of us to lose sleep. And I wouldn't ask for a show of hands or anything, but I'm pretty sure I'm not the only person in this room who's been lying in bed long after they should be asleep, and the phone drops out of your hand and falls on your face and wakes you up. But instead of putting it away and going to sleep, we pick it back up again, and we continue to scroll. Very often mindlessly. We're just scrolling, we're bored, nothing is happening, we're not seeing anything that is interesting, and we're just watching these blue screens all the time. Now, that has a bit of a revolving effect in that it keeps us awake. And because we're exposed to this blue light emanating from these devices for so long, it suppresses the action of the hormone that is supposed to help us sleep. And so even when we do want to sleep, we can't. In addition to that, our brains are so stimulated with all of this information, well, overstimulated with all of this information, that even while we are sleeping, our brain has so much to process that we feel like we're awake. And so you wake up next morning feeling like you haven't slept, even though you have no idea what went on from the time you fell asleep to the time you wake up. And now lack of sleep can lead to depression and lead to anxiety. Do you see the interconnectedness of all of these challenges here? So we're not getting enough sleep. We're eating the wrong kinds of food. We're exposing ourselves to these mental disorders. And then on top of that, if you're on social media, the likelihood of you being physically active is very low. If you're looking at a screen, you very likely are not being active. And so the hours that we could have spent walking maybe, or exercising, or doing something physical, raking up the yard maybe, we're lying somewhere or slouch over somewhere, looking at a screen. Very often we're looking at people exercising, by the way, but we're not exercising, and we're entertained by that. In addition to that, the posture that we assume, the physical posture that we assume when we're on social media, very often results in what is called text neck, because we're slouched over like this, looking down at the screen, and after a while, our muscles kind of arrange themselves so that there are unusual, irregular, abnormal curves in our spine that can translate to more serious problems as we age, as we get older. So the overuse of social media causes us to live very unhealthy lives. And then we have attention issues. And one of the things that we're noticing is that more and more young people, children and young people, are being diagnosed with ADHD. And I believe, and I have not studied this yet, but I believe that this upsurge in ADHD is, one, because more people are getting tested, but two, these devices, because of the way the content is packaged, trains our brain to switch attention every 30 seconds or so. Now, if you were to watch, if someone sent you a 10-minute video and asked you to watch that video about something, you probably wouldn't. But you would spend 2 hours watching short clips that last 15 seconds or 30 seconds. And you'd be there for 2 hours watching reel after reel after reel, clip after clip after clip. But what happens is every 30 seconds or so, your attention is reset. And so your brain, after a while, no longer has the capacity to sustain attention over a long period of time. So you go to a math class and they're doing quadratic equations. And most teachers, I'm not sure I know any teacher who knows how to switch topic every 30 seconds. And so you're learning how to do quadratic expressions by completion of squares, and it is taking longer than 30 seconds, and your brain switches off at 30 seconds because you have trained it to switch every 30 seconds. So you don't hear the rest of the lesson, and you struggle to keep up in school because we can't sustain attention. So it is my belief that a lot of the people with attention deficit issues have developed that. In fact, I think that that is researched. I know that that is researched. Have developed that because of the overindulgence in social media use. So we develop attention issues. And then there is the addiction. Watching videos in particular on social media, especially things that we like to see, even unpleasant things, because the brain has a negativity bias. We like things that are negative. We like, in some countries they call it mele, gossip, dark name, any news that's not nice. So we get a dopamine rush, and dopamine is the hormone that rewards us for behavior. And that constant reward for watching the videos causes us to become addicted in very much the same ways that a drug addict has become addicted to his drug of choice. So for many of us, our drug of choice is social media. But so that's the bad news. The good news is that we don't have to have those problems. We can enjoy social media. We can derive all of the benefits. We can learn. We can stay in touch. We can connect with people. We can do all of those good things without suffering all of the issues that I mentioned on the previous slide. So what are some of the things that we can do? How can we stay healthy, emotionally healthy, psychologically healthy, even while we derive the benefits of social media use? And one of the things that we need to do is to curate our feeds. I have switched off news from certain channels because the nature of the news or the nature of the input that comes from those particular accounts depress me. Or they're so negative that I don't learn anything. So I have blocked a number of channels, and in some cases, should I say, people, I've blocked some accounts so that I don't have to constantly be inundated, bombarded with this negativity, because we become what we consume, whether literally or figuratively. And so if you're constantly watching negative things, if you're constantly consuming negative things, we become negative. Our outlook on life becomes negative. And many of us understand that if our thoughts are negative, then our behaviors follow, and our lives become negative as well. And so follow those accounts that inspire you, that uplift you, that teach you something that's positive. And by the way, this is a rough estimate, I believe, but researchers believe that 80% of what is of information that is peddled on social media, supposedly from experts, is false. 80% of that information that come from so-called experts is false information. So a lot of what we consume is the wrong information in the first place. So we have to be very careful about the sources of the information that we consume on social media. So set up your feed so that it only allows positive, inspiring, uplifting, empowering information. Of course, you want to have some entertainment, but make sure that even your entertainment consumption is positive content. Set time limits. So now we have apps that allow us, and I have set some timers on my social media use. So I get an alert saying that you've been on social media for 30 minutes. It's time to get off. Because I have not, I hate to admit it, but I don't have the internal discipline to take myself off once I get hooked. So when I see that notification, then I know that I need to get off. I've also set a limit for a maximum of 4 hours per day on social media. And the reason it is that long, because that's not, 2 hours is the healthiest, by the way. But the reason is that it is that long is because I have very close family, including my daughters who live far away, and we spend quite a lot of time talking every day using a social media platform. So that is definitely going to take more than 2 hours. Take breaks. I don't know if you noticed, but more and more people are wearing glasses now. And a lot of that is not old age. A lot of that is because we're using our eyes too much. And we're focusing on a point source that is a few inches away from our faces. And whatever you expose your body to over an extended period of time, your body adjusts to, and that becomes your norm. So if you're watching your screen, which is 6 or 8 inches away from your face, and you're doing that for a significant part of your waking time, then what happens is, after a while, your eyes become unable to adjust to any distance that is greater than 6 or 8 inches. And so we can't see something that is 20 feet away anymore. And now we got to get glasses. All right, so we got to get help. So our eyesight is compromised. Take breaks. The rule is every 20 minutes, look up from your screen and focus your eyes on something that is at least 20 feet away. That way, and do that for at least 30 seconds to a minute so that your eyes don't get so that your eyes remain, what is the word I'm looking for? Adaptable. And so that you're able to focus on things farther away, even though you're using social media. All right, so rest your eyes. But it's not just your eyes that need a rest, it's also your brain. Because we're consuming information all the time, this information is directing our brain with regard to how it should think. And it disrupts our brain's ability to process information. And so while I'm watching a movie, or while I'm watching videos, or whatever it is I'm doing online, my brain is not able to process any information that I've consumed. And that is one of the reasons that our brains are now keeping us awake, and so many of us have insomnia. Because at nights, when we're supposed to be sleeping and resting, that's when our brains are trying to process information. And processing information during sleep is not ideal. It keeps you mentally tired, and there's a strong connection between the brain and the body. And so if the brain is tired and the body feels tired, and now we're understanding why you can sleep for 8 hours and wake up feeling tired the next day, even though your sleep was supposedly uninterrupted, because your brain was essentially awake all night. So you wake up next morning, you feel exhausted. Sometimes you feel like a truck has run over you, like somebody's beating you up. Your body feels like you've been running all night or something. So,
Will, I'm sorry to interject. We're running short on time, and we would really love to hear, because you just have one more slide remaining. And
yes.
if we can try to wrap that up, I do have one question. If you can, try to pull it in together as we wrap up. And this is in the
Okay, great.
context of technology facilitated gender-based violence, such as cyberbullying and online harassment, or let's say the non-consensual sharing of images. How can our young people, how can our young girls who are sitting in the room here today and online practice healthy, respectful, and accountable behavior online while also protecting themselves and others? So as we try to tie everything together, if you can kindly touch a little bit on that as we try to wrap up within another 3 minutes or so, I really apologize.
No problem
Thank you
at all.
so
No problem
much.
at all. I think, yes, that is fine. So, right. So we're saying that we need to give our brains time and space to process information during our waking hours so that we can go to sleep and have a restful night's sleep. Another important thing is to form healthy relationships. We need to have people around us that respect us and that have our best interests at heart. And because, people who respect you will not record your most vulnerable moments and disseminate that information. So we have to be careful about who we are who we're hanging out with, really, who we're spending time with, and what kind of time we're spending with these people. And we have to be very careful also who we allow ourselves to be vulnerable with, and that can mean so many different things. One of the things that I share with young people, my own children included, is when you're going to certain places, make sure that you have people who would be alert enough and in your corner enough to protect you if you should become vulnerable. Be careful about your drinking, for example. And if there is no one there who can tell you, hey, too much, or let's go home now, or who can watch over you if you start to lose capacity, then make sure that you don't drink. And if you're under 18, please don't drink, period. Maybe at another forum, we'll talk about how important that is for mental health. But be very careful about who you hang out with. Also, be cognizant of the fact that everybody has a camera now. All our movements are recorded. Assume that everything you do is recorded. And so if you don't want it to be broadcast, because there are some unscrupulous people who don't follow any rules, have been misguided, or for whatever reason, will record you and put it out there. So if you don't want, if this is something I'm going to be ashamed of, then I should not do it, especially out in public, because there's always someone somewhere recording, and that person will be willing to share that information regardless of how that might affect you. And there is something called a digital footprint. Once you have uploaded something to cyberspace, you have to assume that it is there forever, even if you wipe your own device. You may have erased it from your device, you may have erased it from your social media account, but you have to assume that it's there somewhere. So you have to be very cautious about that, and it's there forever. All right? Practice self-care. Identify things that you can do offline that bring you joy, that don't have negative side effects, like exercise, or like chatting with wholesome, healthy, mentally well people, helping other people. Get outside and breathe some fresh air. Play a sport. Do something that brings you joy so that you're not online all the time. We were not designed to be on social media all day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Will. And before I hand over to the next moderator, just wanted you to give your insight on online cyberbullying and online harassment. I know you've given us a lot of nuggets about personal responsibility and personal accountability, and some very good tips about how we can stay mentally and physically and emotionally healthy, etc. However, how can we address this real issue of online bullying? We have the Cyber Crimes Act here in Guyana, and I'm sure there are many other of our Caribbean territories and islands, who also have legislation in place, but we know that legislation alone is not enough. So what practical things can our young people do to stay safe online and to ensure that they're not perpetuating some of the same kinds of harms? We know technology is very useful, particularly social media. Persons become millionaires overnight, however, it can still be harmful. And I think we still need to safeguard ourselves against the harm. So just in a nutshell, what are some of your thoughts, and what would you like to leave with our young people of today to address this issue? Thank you.
So I'll repeat a bit of what I said, and because of the nature of the work that I do, I have to say this: we can't change people, and we can't control what other people will do. But what we can do is regulate and manage our own behaviors. So make sure that you're not bullying anyone online. If you don't have something positive to say, don't say it. That's one. The other is, don't put out information that makes you vulnerable, because there are people who will weaponize that information and cause you harm. The other thing that I'd like to share with young people and everyone is, if you're being bullied online, then report it to a competent authority. All right. Very often people are being embarrassed, bullied, etc. online, and they don't know that this is something that they can report. It's criminal in most countries. It is criminal to post, for example, nude pictures of another person online, in some places with or without that individual's consent. Report it. Report it if that happens. And for most people, simply having the law handle it does not erase the psychological harm that it has caused. And so if you are so stressed, depressed, this is causing you to feel hopeless. It's causing you to cry all the time. It is causing you to be embarrassed to go out on the street. Then you might want to meet with a counselor or a therapist, or someone who can help you work through the harm that has been caused, the psycho-emotional harm that has been caused by that exposure. So those are some of the things that we can do. Please, a screen gives us anonymity. We feel like we're powerful and we feel like we can't be identified, but don't use a screen to harm other people. Don't use social media to harm others.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Will. I see that there are 2 questions from the floor in the room. I'm not sure who the questions are coming from, but we will hand over to Jennifer. And yes, let's direct the questions to Will, please. Go ahead.
Good day, everyone. I was just wondering, by this program that we had today, I was just wondering if more stuff would be available for girls, but even though our voices are being said, sometimes it's not always put to place. Would today anything would be done?
That's a good question, not necessarily from the Dr. Campbell, as you could take a breath, Dr. Campbell. But I thank you, young woman, for that question. Yes, it is. We try to do this observance on April, but this year, because we are celebrating 10 years, we're hoping to stretch it across 6 months so that we try to get into more schools and engage with more teachers and parents. The big thing for us is that we want to move, and it's not your problem yet, but you can help us advocate. We want to make sure that ICT is a central part of the curriculum in Guyana from as young as possible. So you can help us to advocate when you go back to school, and we will certainly keep you on our mailing list so that when we have other programs. So thank you for that very good question, keeping us on our toes. Thank you.
Dr. Campbell,
Yes.
if I may, in your slide, you had loneliness. The world is moving towards less humans and more robots. And even as it does so, one of my concerns is that we are trying to downplay the importance of good human contact. And so my question is, does good positive human contact, the touch, the interaction matter in us having good mental health? When newborns are born, we're told the doctors immediately wants to put that baby in a skin-to-skin contact. And in the cases where the mother has had a cesarean and she cannot have that, the fathers are asked to hold, to place, to have that baby there so that there's this human touch. With us moving towards robots, do you think robots can replace that? I thank you.
I seriously doubt it. I certainly hope not. And I'd like to add that there are some hospitals and some jurisdictions that actually hire people to hold newborns close and give them that tactile stimulation that actually helps to keep them alive if the parents are not available to do it, if family members are not available to do it. Quickly, our research more than 100 years ago, before psychology had become regulated, in an orphanage where they had newborns, they split, they divided the newborns into two groups. One group that they just fed and cleaned and left them alone, and another group that they fed, cleaned, and held them, spent actual time with them. By the end of the first year, more than half of the newborns who were not held had already died. They followed them later on in life, and they found that the neural development, the mental development of the newborns who were not held was compromised. And so many of them had learning disabilities and all kinds of mental problems. So to answer the first question you asked, it is really important for us to have actual physical human contact. In fact, current research shows, well, not that current, old research shows that a 20-minute hug can actually reduce our cortisol levels, which is the hormone that causes stress. A 20-second hug reduces our cortisol levels by, I think it is 30%. All right, and a hug emoji can't do that. And I don't know that they've made robots that can do that yet, right? So a hug from someone that does not have ill intent, because a hug from somebody who has ill intent can actually drain your energy. Some people don't believe in energies, but if it is somebody that cares for you and that person holds you for 20 seconds, it actually lowers your neural, let's call it hypersensitivity, and helps you relax a little bit.
Thank you so much, Dr. Campbell. If there are no... Yes, sorry. If there are no other questions in the room, I just wish to remind us that healthy living is not just about what we eat or how we move. It's also about how we show up in the world. It's about how we show up offline, online. The choices we make in digital spaces matter. These choices shape our mental health, our relationships, the kinds of environment we create for others. And we know that in a time where technology can be used to connect, it can also contribute to harm. And so each of us, we carry a level of responsibility and accountability. Being safe online, it's not only about protecting ourselves, but also about ensuring that we are not contributing to harm, including what Will mentioned about online violence or technology facilitated violence, etc. So we have to be intentional, and we have to choose respect over harm, connection over comparisons. I made some notes here, and balance over overuse of the technology. And we need to remember that behind every screen is a real person with real feelings, real experiences, and real dignity. And, each of us, we have the power to create safer, healthier spaces everywhere. So thank you so much again, Dr. Campbell. And at this time, I wish to hand over the next session to our moderator, Miss Shelley Desir.
But I think your bus might be outside, I'm not sure. Yes, did you follow up? It's coming at 2 o'clock, so I think you can leave, get a little stretch break, make your way to the front. Thank you so much for coming. Did the teacher come with you? And yes, where's the teacher?
You can go ahead, Mr.
Oh, I was here. Okay, 2 teachers. Did you leave your names and the list of students out front? Well, wonderful, thank you. Thank you so much for coming this year. Again, some of you, and we look forward to seeing you in other events. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks. Person waiting for to something.
And if there you can go ahead, we're not here.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session on Leaving No One Behind, Achieving Gender Parity in the Age of AI. I am Shirley Daisy, Female Caricom Youth Ambassador for St. Lucia, and I will be your moderator for this session. As technology continues to evolve, it is important that everyone, especially young people, have equal access and opportunity in this space. Today's session will explore how we can ensure no one is left behind, how we can ensure that girls and boys alike are included in the future of technology, and why gender equality in AI truly matters. We will begin with our first speaker, followed by a short question segment, and move on to our second speaker.
It's stuck with us. Wonderful. Sorry, Mr. Zira, my mic should have been off. I apologize for that. So please go ahead. Sorry.
No problem. It is now my pleasure to introduce Ms. Letitia Addison, lecturer and researcher at the University of the West Indies and Ambassador for Women in Data Science in Trinidad and Tobago. Ms. Addison, you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me just see if I can share my screen. Is my screen visible? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So thank you very much for having me at this event. I must say I'm always very happy to be part of these CARICOM events, especially to speak to the youth, the young girls and boys, on our upcoming generation who would be, continuing to lead the world in all these advancements. And I am Leticia Addison. I am a lecturer at the University of the West Indies here in Trinidad and Tobago, the St. Augustine campus, and I'm just going to give you some perspectives from my own background in terms of thinking about how do we not leave persons behind and where you come into play in this conversation. So first of all, I would give you a quick context to who I am. For some of you who may not know me, I would just like to say I love math. A lot of people know that's my background. So if you don't remember anything I said in this conversation, but you remember that I'm a lover of mathematics, I would be very happy with that. I have had a lovely journey in STEM fields because mathematics has truly shaped my journey towards where I am now. I lecture at the university in mathematics and statistics courses. I have a PhD in mathematics. I have a master's in statistics. So you could tell I love numbers from a very early age. And now what I have been doing is not only mentoring students and also supporting young women and men in their own journeys as well towards fields like data science and AI, but I've also been working very heavily in the research space using data science and artificial intelligence to solve real world problems. I'm really also happy to say that I work with regional international organizations, including UNESCO, and I know one of my UNESCO colleagues is on the call as well, so that's really special for me to be here and to have, some of the persons that I know in this space. So what I want you to take from my background is that one of the things that I think, before I even go into the whole aspect of what gender parity is that I went towards my passion. I know a lot of you at this point may be thinking about the fields that you want to go into, maybe even the fields that your parents want you to go into. I could proudly say that I always loved math from a child. I wanted to teach mathematics at secondary school, in fact. But of course, God had other plans. And I would say that do proceed with what you're very passionate about. I know your parents and they may want you to do certain fields as well, but always think about, where you feel like you'd shine. And of course, be open-minded to what you are seeing in the space as well. So if I can do it, you can do it too. And I will also make a shameless plug for math and say that math is involved in everything in life. But we can have another conversation about that afterwards, because I know some people may not agree. So just to give you a few quick context about me, I have been able to, I really just very humbly say, very happily in my career, at this point, achieve certain aspects that I never expected. I was able to get a teaching award at my university, a research award, and also an international award with my very inspiring and talented team of research students at the university for an AI global challenge involved in climate resilience. Now, in terms of what we're talking about today and thinking about AI, because of course, a lot of my work involves artificial intelligence and using it for good. Why does this matter now? Of course, in the context of where we are, we know that AI has been changing our world rapidly. And of course, the previous speaker really spoke about some of the effects of that as well. But we cannot deviate from it. We cannot move away from using artificial intelligence, and it's already part of your schools, jobs, health. I know a lot of you like to play games like Roblox and all of these things. I have a niece, so she always telling me about it. So you have, artificial intelligence embedded in your whole world. And girls in particular, I mean, of course, boys as well, but you could create these technologies too. I mean, for those of you who use Roblox, I know some of you go on there and play games and create games as well, right? I've been told the whole ball game of how this works, right? So girls should be included. And of course, because of the fact that we have different perspectives as well, and we are also very talented, every voice and every dream for this, the world that you're creating for the future should involve your voice, and you should be shaping that. So when you think about it, what is gender parity? What does that really mean? It really means that girls must have the same chance to learn, to lead, and to succeed. So for instance, in the different fields like ICT, coding, and data, and even if you don't necessarily think that you want to go into these fields, let me tell you, even self, you say, maybe I like art, or I like languages, or like French, or, and I don't really think I would be using technology. You would realize now that anything that you're doing involves technology. So you have to really immerse yourself into how this works in the different areas that you like. And you must have the same chance to speak up. I know it's intimidating because a lot of the times, I know from historical sense, boys are the ones who usually go into tech, but it has been changing quite a lot. And I'm very happy to see at the university in particular, we see a lot of girls in the science and engineering fields. So it means to say that you all really, have a space that you can feel safe about presenting your ideas and leading projects, similar to myself and my colleagues. And of course, design and being feeling the need to be safe, supported, and seen. And I think the more women that we have, the more girls that we have who feel confident. And when I say confident, it doesn't mean that you know everything. It means that you feel like, okay, I can take on this challenge because I can find different ways to help me succeed. And I think when you feel like you could propel yourself and you feel that level of confidence that, maybe I may not know it all, but I have people around me who could support me, that provides the opportunity, confidence, and leadership for us to be able to go towards what we call gender parity. But I just want to also touch on the fact that there are still things that could make girls feel left behind, depending on, your situation, where you come from, and these types of things. What are the different aspects? And some of these aren't even your fault. Maybe the access gap. Not everybody has devices, internet, or tools where they come from. And some cases, the confidence gap. As I said, some people may think girls don't belong in tech, right? Or what about the exposure gap? Some girls may not feel that they get as much hands-on practice as maybe boys in who are doing this space. Maybe boys may be more prone towards the technology, and even mentor gaps. And I will tell you very, openly that I also felt, even though I had really great teachers in school, only when I came to university, I recognized the need for a strong mentor. And I think I've literally tried to become the mentor that I wanted at that point in my life, but I have some amazing mentors now who I really am very thankful for. So you need role models and support. You can't do it alone. You need a community. And also thinking about the bias gap. Unfair systems could really repeat old inequalities. For instance, in terms of these AI tools or the generative AI that you use, the large language models, ChatGPT, etc., some of these tools, if they only trained on data that comes from the larger countries, or maybe systems created only by specific genders, it can actually cause inequalities to happen. So these are some of the barriers to think about, to remove. And as I said, if you have these barriers at your, where you are right now, it's not your fault, but it does not limit your potential in any way. So of course, we know from a lot of the conversations today, and I think you all have been born into the era of realizing that AI can help us as well if we need to. A lot of the tools that we have right now, you could see in some cases, it may help with your learning and your homework, your health and well-being, as the previous speaker said. In my field of work, climate and disaster risk response, where we're using AI tools to help persons identify areas that have high risk for flooding, and also to understand how they can, reduce the risk of death or even destruction to their homes, and even creativity and business ideas, entrepreneurship. AI tools can help us to do that easily. But of course, as I mentioned before, and some of the things that you have heard today as well, you must look out for unfair bias, online safety risks, misinformation, and even unequal access. So we need to help others, and we need to remember that AI is a tool to enhance, but not to replace. And that's where we need to understand how to use it. So therefore, for you now, how do you really do that? What do you need? So we need to think about a future-ready curriculum. You only thrive when you support each other, and girls thrive when the support comes from the entire community. And I would probably say girls and boys, right? So it's not just limited. And of course, that's across the board. Schools, teaching AI, coding, creativity, and ethics from an early age, understanding what is behind the technology, even in your families, where they will encourage you to ask, build, and try different things. And as I said, I know a lot of you girls are into the Roblox. So that's really one of the things where we could see that you all are shining in the tech space already. And universities and industry, mentors. So not only, I serve as a woman in data science ambassador, and I mentor girls in the space who want to get into data science and AI, but you also have mentors within your teachers in your communities. You may have priests, community leaders, all of these different people who can help mentor you and also give you opportunities for internships, clubs, and support. And then government and partners, if there's internet, there's training, safe digital spaces, we all want to work together to help each other rise. So what I really want to say now is that it's a community effort. So you could realize now that the message to each of you in this room is that you do not need to have everything figured out to begin with, because I will tell you, I started in mathematics. I never expected to be doing large scale global projects in artificial intelligence. So the sky is the limit, and you don't need everything. And I still, at this point, question my abilities, and I still need mentorship as well. So you'll constantly be learning, and it's a constant growth process. So please continue to be curious, ask how things work, start small. I started with one idea, one project. Well, I've always loved to, use statistics and data and numbers. But in terms of coding and these things, I thought about, okay, let me enter a data challenge, which was how I got to be a data science ambassador. And that grew into larger projects over time. I kept practicing. So you have to build your skills and keep upskilling. Use your voice. Your ideas matter. Write things, go online and do research. Start to get more curious about how even these AI systems that you use work, these large language models, ChatGPT, etc. And as I said, you need community. So find your mentors and support and friends to be able to help you. And please keep going. Your confidence will only grow with practice. And please don't stop. There will be times that you will want to give it all up and say, I cannot handle this. And I have felt like that many times. So just understand that that is just all a part of the process. And it really is, I always say, adversity builds character. So please always keep that in mind, that you belong in these fields. And even if you don't want to be in STEM, that's okay too. I would always advocate for doing what you feel passionate about, but understanding that you would recognize that tech is coming into almost all the fields there are. So I would just like to end off by saying that if AI will shape the future, girls in ICT and also boys must help to shape the AI. And when I say AI, it's all these artificial intelligence tools and generative AI and all of these platforms that we're using as well. And I want you to think about the fact that the 3 E's: empower, educate, and elevate. Build the confidence and belonging in the space. Education, growing skills and opportunities, not only within your school, but even there's a lot of free training and YouTube videos online that will teach you a lot of things that you would like to know. And elevate, open pathways to leadership and innovation. And I would really like to keep supporting you in whatever you do. I'm always here as a big sister if you need to reach out to me. So let's build a future-ready Caribbean together. And I will just keep reminding, as I do every year in these talks, that our future is really bright and we can work together in the region to make it a better place. So I have some QR codes there if you'd like to see my research in AI and climate. And also the orange one is the widstt.com group that I lead. You can also go onto that page and have a look at some of the inspiring work and also some of my students who have also become mentors as well. If you would like to see what we do, feel free to check that out. So I thank you very much for listening, and I pass back to the chair.
Thank you, Miss Addison, for this insightful presentation. I really do hope our girls taking something from your presentation, as I have. We will now take one question. Does anyone have a question for Miss Addison? No questions? Okay. Miss Addison, my question to you. How can schools better support girls and boys alike who are interested in technology?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think just providing the grounds for training, understanding that technology in itself needs consistent hands-on development. So I think it's nice when, like, for instance, women in data science, what we do outreach to schools. So we go into different schools and we teach them about how to use data science tools and even how to understand some of the tools that they use, the games that they play, how that is actually involved in like data science and artificial intelligence and the data use and the privacy and all these aspects. So I think if schools partner with organizations, volunteer groups as well, to be able to have a lot more of these hands-on training besides what they're doing within the classroom, I think that's going to continue to elevate and inspire them, to go on with their foundational training in, like, say, mathematics, and then kind of give them the applications, and even forums like this. I think this is a perfect forum for them to kind of understand from the perspectives and experiences of people, to keep driving their confidence levels. So I am always a huge proponent for building community, and I think that's what schools need to do beyond just the classroom perspective. Yeah.
Thank you once again. We will now move on to our second speaker. I trust that everyone is enjoying this session thus far. Our second speaker is Mr. Neil Sejo. I really hope that I'm pronouncing this right. Engineer at Google DeepMind, specializing in robotics and artificial intelligence. Mr. Sejo, we are excited to hear from you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And I would give a quick shout out to Dr. Addison for giving a fantastic presentation and just talking about how AI is useful in schools and how we can communicate better with it and use it as the tool that it is meant to be. For a quick background on me, my name is Neil Sejor. I'm a robotics engineer at Google DeepMind. I'm sure you guys all heard of Google. I'm sure you guys heard of Gemini, ChatGPT, and things like that. I'm sure you guys heard of robotics and how it's changing the world. I have the privilege and the honor of being part of this and helping shape the space. So if you guys have any ideas, after I give my short speech about what robotics should be in the future, please tell me. I'm happy to incorporate it into my work in the future. Before I talk about the gender parity and AI and robotics and just all these scary topics about the future, I'll give a bit of background about me. Born and raised in New York, I'm from Queens. That's where I'm relocated right now. I did not have my start in math and sciences and stuff like that. I actually studied business in college. It was a really good experience, but I knew it really didn't align with me. But I was just following my parents' traditional route of becoming a businessman and all that good stuff. I went to college during the time of Black Lives Matter, which is something I'm sure you guys have studied in school. And what I noticed is that at my university, in the city paper and in the school paper, we weren't really covering important topics about like the Black community in particular. So I eventually decided to like peer into why that is. So I eventually joined the school paper and discovered that I was the only minority there. And the reason they weren't covering it is because journalists and photographers had to volunteer themselves to cover these stories, and nobody was doing it. So I decided to be that person. And I eventually switched into becoming a photographer for the school paper and also Queens County as well in New York. And we got a ton more coverage that way, and it was like a great thing, and it was a really interesting foray into photography and all that good stuff. After school, got my first like net job. Didn't like it, but I decided to become a photographer full time. So I eventually worked my way up. I eventually became J. Cole's photographer. So if you guys know J. Cole, some of his photos online are from me, which was extremely cool. But I knew in my heart of hearts at the end of the day that you have to do what you want to do. And I really craved computers and science and tech. So I decided to spend all my nights late night at a coffee shop studying, and eventually taught myself enough to get my first job in tech, which I eventually got fired from, but we're going to skip past that part because I was not that great of an engineer back in the day. But that's the nature of things. After that, I went to work on a Meta and working on Instagram. If you know the little sticker feature where you're able to take stickers out the photo and like send them to your friends, I built that. So that's pretty cool. Also, I worked on some fantastic AI projects over there. I worked a lot in computer vision. One of the things that we did was the Amazon rainforest is experiencing a lot of deforestation, and it's like really hard to just find out where that is happening. So we deployed a vision model, and we worked with the Brazilian government, where we would take photos of the Amazon from above, and we have like a depth model that we would find areas where it was like a little bit sparse and a little bit shallow and see what's up, and we would give like a check mark to the Brazilian government and tell them like, hey, you guys should check this out. So we eventually were able to find secret areas of deforestation that you would not normally know about. That eventually led to my current role at DeepMind. I got scouted out, and now I work in robotics. Completely self-taught. I'm telling you my story. I started off in business. I became a photographer, and now I just so happen to be an engineer here. Really, really fascinating story, but the reason I'm bringing it up is that it echoes like really follow your passions, really follow your interest. It can take you so far. And I did not come from a traditionally like self-taught studied computer science in school and stuff like that. It is my passion and my desire to make change for myself and for my community, which really brought me to where I am today. These days, I work at Google doing robotics and AI, but I'm also teaching code to like underprivileged kids from Queens and the Bronx over there. And just trying to enable a more tech-driven future. But to switch over to the topic, from my backstory to how to achieve gender parity in AI and this new interesting era that we find ourselves in, I think there is a lot of value that the market or just companies have not recognized or do not recognize that women have in this space in 2026. There is a desire for, I think, the skills of like empathy and just putting pieces together. In AI, it's really easy to get a really mundane task like done really quickly. If you want like a paragraph of summary on a book, you can get that done really quite fast. But to put things together and to be able to like find the puzzle pieces that are missing in like a very Eurocentric coded workforce, that's like, they don't really recognize that. I think as a minority in robotics, finding out like, oh, this could be used in this particular way, or there's something that we're not picturing here. I think that is where value comes in from having a very diverse and like informed workforce. I think that there's like, how do I say this? There's almost this like hidden curriculum that like we experience when you're entering workforce. I remember when I first entered, there's all these cultural norms and I guess like the way people talk and things like that that I wasn't really used to, and I had to like upskill myself for. And nobody prepares you for that, which is like really quite unfortunate. But I think that having diversity in this new era, being able to use AI in like really interesting ways and being able to ask provoking questions is like what makes the world a richer place? What makes corporate a richer place? What makes the things that we build and the way you use Google a richer place in the future? I'm going to like stop here for questions, but I have like more things I'll like to talk about. I'll go back to our moderator for a quick sec.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Sijo? No questions? Mr. Sijo, you may continue.
I think it's just to give like some opinions over here. I think it's like quite interesting and quite scary to like think about the future with AI. Like, how do we fit into this workspace? I think the future is going to be much more collaborative and in question. I think the way that we put things together and the way that we're able to communicate with each other, I think will expand greatly. It used to be, if I think about my work today, it's changed so much. It used to be in a case where like there was this really intense project or something like that. That would take like a couple of weeks to like scope out and stuff like that. But I could get that done by myself in a day now and just present it to my team and be like, hey, we can make really significant impact here, doing something rather quickly. For example, I'll give some of my projects that I've worked on recently. Right now, we have like the humanoid robots that are like walking around in our robotics lab in the New York office. They're really quite interesting, but they're also really, really clumsy. Right now, we're trying to teach them to navigate a home. So we have like a mock kitchen set up and a mock living room, and it's trying to like navigate these interesting spaces. One of the questions we couldn't figure out is idea that we would like have it walk around the room a few times and it would perform fantastic. But as soon as you changed up the space and you switched the coffee table out, for example, or you switched the color of the wallpaper that we had set up, it would absolutely lose its mind and no longer know how to act. And we were really struggling with this, and we had like quite a bit of difficulty like crossing this area. And what we realized is that it was being trained on very narrow data sets. It was trained on a very Eurocentric home, wood coffee table, white wallpaper and stuff like that. And for some advice, we actually ourselves strapped a camera to our like heads and walked around the entire Google campus and walked around New York and walked around our own apartments and things like that. And we fed that back into the system, into Gemini. And we found that it performed, I think, like 20% better, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that was a huge breakthrough for us, is that having the diversity of our homes be incorporated into the data was literally enough to be this like massive change in the performance of robots, which is good at all that, but I think the same gains can be extrapolated from having interesting and diverse opinions in the workplace itself. I would say that a Caribbean man, there's not a lot of me around in my workplace. I think I'm like one of two people at the moment. And what I've noticed is that the more affluent places you go higher up in the career ladder, the less of you will find of us. That's kind of a depressing like statistic to say and a depressing thing to like experience. But I do not think that has to be there for your future. I think having a strong sense of community, having just a tenacity to learn. Like you heard from my story, I'm very self-taught. Like none of this was given to me. This was all just something I desired to do for myself, and I decided to make it a thing. Being there for each other, using AI in like interesting places. It's not there to just answer questions. It's there to provoke questions that you have about things. I never ask AI to give me an answer. Always ask AI to challenge me in some way when I'm using it. Think being deeper, being able to provide those connections that AI can't, being able to put these puzzle pieces together. AI is really good at answering this one generic question, but it's not really good at seeing the big picture. And that's where you come in. And that is where your value as students and future educators and future people in leadership comes in, is how do we bring these answers that we already have in its isolated pockets, how do we bring them together? And that is the question that you have to answer for yourself. And that is how community changes. And that is how the world becomes a better place. More community, more togetherness, and like really filling in the gaps that computers will never be able to do. And yeah, that's all I have for you. So I to moderate for questionings, and if you have any questions there, but I will ramble.
Thank you, Mr. Sejal. My question to you is as follows. What advice would you give students interested in AI or robotics?
A great question. I feel very primed to answer that because I do not have my background in air robotics. Like I said, I was a photographer. Like I said, I was like a finance bro for a little bit. I think these days, what will take you very far is a lot of tinkering. It is cool to take classes. I think having a club in robotics is like amazing, but that's half an hour a week out of your day, which isn't like too much. I think taking knowledge that you learn in school back home and applying it with yourself with something that you're interested in. For example, last week I built a little LCD screen that like programmatically tells me to like drink water or go make some coffee or something like that. And that's just something I was bored doing. And I noticed that I wasn't like staying hydrated throughout the day. So I built a little LCD board that would like put up a little emoji and say, please have a glass of water, something like that. Find the use cases that fit your life, I would say. Technology is so interesting, it's advancing so rapidly, but seeing if you can build on top of it there's value there. And because this is something that is coming from your heart and because this is something coming from your desire to do something for yourself, you will be surprised how far you get with a project that is created by you, meant for you, and by you, and for you alone. I think that motivation to like just build and iterate goes so far. And doing something for you is really meaningful and something to be proud of. I'm still talking about the projects I built like 5 years ago today, like I built it yesterday, just because it gave me such joy.
Thank you again, Mr. Sejal, for your valuable insights, and thank you to our audience for your participation. Today's discussion reminds us that the future of AI must be inclusive and that achieving gender parity is not just important, it is necessary, and everyone has a role to play. To all the students who joined us, your voice, your ideas, and your participation matter in shaping that future. Thank you all for being part of this session. I will now hand over to Dr. Mohammed. Thank you.
Thanks, Shelley. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the next session on staying safe online and good practices for a balanced body. So the previous talks gave you many examples of this. And today we have with us Ms. Paula Esteriz Cavero, who will give us an insight on this particular area. She is the head of the Social and Human Sciences sector and a program specialist at UNESCO Regional Office for the Caribbean. So I'd like to invite Ms. Paula to please go right ahead with her presentation.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I hope everybody knew.
Yeah, slides are good to go.
Yes, we're good to go. So, well, it's nice to see you again, Dr. Mohammed and colleagues. Thank you so much for the invitation. As mentioned, yeah, my name is Pauli Studis and I work in the UNESCO Office for the Caribbean. based in Kingston, Jamaica. And I was really inspired by the presentation of Dr. Addison, and I just wanted to share that I'm also a women in STEM because I studied engineering. I have a degree in engineering, and now I'm working on different elements that are linked to AI as well as digital transformation. So my presentation, there's a lot of elements that probably have been touched upon my previous presenters I was listening in, so I will skip through those because those have already been discussed. But we wanted to work a little bit or focus a little bit on different forms of expressions, negative expressions of harm that can take place online and what we can do in order to protect ourselves. And share a little bit as well as the work that UNESCO is doing in order to ensure that spaces, digital spaces, are safe for women and girls. So of course, we have the notion of hate speech. Hate speech is a form of discriminatory language that we use online towards a person or a group of people based on their religion or ethnicity, etc. And that's one of the elements that we see online in different forms of hate speech and discriminatory language. Another expression of harm that we see online are different forms of misinformation and disinformation. So when we talk about misinformation, we're looking at false or inaccurate information. It has a neutral and or good underlying intent. And then we have disinformation, which is deliberate false information that is shared online, which is often intended to deceive or to manipulate people. We also have the intersection of gender disinformation. And I like that we are talking, my presentation comes a little bit after the discussion on girls in participation in STEM, because we also have that there's sometimes false or manipulated information or narrative that are specifically targeting women to silence, discredit, or undermine their participation in public life and also online. So when women are targeted online, of course, this is quite serious because it limits their capacity to participate meaningfully in public life. So, according to the Situation Report on Media Literacy, Disinformation, and Misinformation in the Caribbean that was developed by UNESCO, we're looking at why misinformation or disinformation is spreading in the Caribbean. And some of the reasons include economic pressures. So there's shrinking newsrooms and fewer resources for fact checking. There's a speed trap, which is this notion to release information as soon as possible, especially as we are sharing information online and social media platforms. There's low digital literacy, not throughout, but we need to strengthen the skills to critically evaluate online information. So while there is a lot of internet penetration and there's a lot of use of social media platforms, especially by young people in the region, we still need to strengthen those skills of analyzing the information that we're reading and sharing online. And we have a general erosion of trust, which is the lack of public trust in traditional media. So how do we respond to disinformation? Well, we try to fact check. And while we can't always be able to do this, we always have, and I think this was mentioned before, we always have to think before we share, especially if it's information that we don't have a source from. It's information that can be harmful to a certain group of people or a population group. And when there is disinformation, we also suggest to report to the different platforms, social media platforms. We always have a way for you to report. So this is part of our role as digitally informed digital citizens. We think before we share and we try to report to platforms. Cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is another way of harm that is spread online. And it's just the notion of bullying, but it isn't using digital technology. So it takes place on social media, gaming platforms, phones, and it's a behavior that really aims at shaming or angering or hurting those who are targeted. How to protect yourself in case that you are victim of some cyberbullying. Well, the first line of defense against cyberbullying is yourself. You have to learn how to manage certain tools in order to protect your space online. So some suggestions, for example, are think twice about what you post. Don't share your personal details, address, phone numbers, the name of your school, the name of your university widely online. Learn about the privacy settings of your social media applications. There's different privacy settings, and your profiles don't have to be open to everyone. You can report harmful comments or messages, and you can request that they be removed to major platforms. You can also take screenshots of this evidence and know that you can report to the police. Things that take place online are also can be punishable by law. So not because it takes place online that you cannot track the person. There's some persons that hide behind the notion of anonymity. There's ways to identify who those persons are. So know that there's also legal pathways that you can take. You can block people to stop them from seeing your profiles. And be aware, and I think this was mentioned as well, that in public places, there are people that can take pictures of you or photos of you. So things that it is likely that things you might not have full control of everything, but you're able to protect yourself. And one of the other elements that we want to suggest based on research that UNESCO has been conducting is what happens if you see this to a friend? What happens if you see cyberbullying or hate speech in your circle? The person that is impacted might not want to report, but it could be very dangerous and it could affect the mental health of a person. So if you have to be there for your friend, but it's important to seek help of an adult and try to either report it or speak to someone that can support you or your friend. So how is UNESCO building safer digital spaces? Well, UNESCO is advocating through different areas of work to strengthen policies and governance, so frameworks and laws that support a safe and inclusive use of digital spaces. One of these areas is through research. We've done as well audits or analyzing how these large language models work. And when we talk about large language models, we're talking about platforms like ChatGPT or Gemini that was mentioned before. And we do audits to identify different forms of bias. And we have also tools that are readily available for governments to assess how their AI ecosystem. So one of the things that we have been working on, and I thought it would be interesting to share because it's at that intersection of online harm, but also artificial intelligence, is the impact of technology-facilitated gender-based violence in the Caribbean. So what is this? Well, it's any type of violence that is committed against women and girls online, and that is amplified through the use of different forms of information technologies. And there's a wide variety. We've seen some of them: misinformation, disinformation, cyberbullying, cyber harassment, doxing, hate speech, hacking, stalking persons. These are all different forms of harm or violence that can be targeted women and girls. Based on the research that we're conducting at the moment, 67% of women, and this was women over the age of 18, have experienced at least one form of this type of violence in the past year, with 18 to 24-year-olds being the highest and most consistent risk across all countries that we covered. We covered 20 countries in the English and Dutch-speaking Caribbean. And the main forms that we see are harassment, sexual or hateful language, and attacks on self-esteem, which could be linked again to cyberbullying. So what happens? Well, then there is a high awareness of AI and how it can harm you. Generally, people know what is happening on online spaces. However, there's little confidence in the accountability systems. There's little confidence that if you report to a platform where you have been harassed, they will do something about it. It'll take down the message. There's low confidence that if you go to the police because you have been stalked by someone, that they will do something. So what happens is that most people are taking action individually. Persons are blocking, are creating more privacy settings, are being very careful with the information that is being shared online. And while this is important, it is also important to have the frameworks, both from the companies that own these platforms as well as from governments, to ensure that women and girls can navigate safely on the internet, on these, on the internet, but on these social media platforms. And then we also have low reporting rates. So even though women are seeing or are being impacted by different forms of online harm, you don't report because we are feeling stigma, or we don't trust that something will be done, or we just think there's perceived ineffectiveness. So this is some information that will be coming up shortly in some of the report that we are currently preparing. And so another element that we did was to kind of test these large language models to see if there was some sort of bias. And this means, and I think it was mentioned before, that when elements of AI are created, they're trained on specific data. This data can create and exacerbate different forms of inequality. So for example, we asked 2 different large language models to make a story up about a group of Jamaican teenagers who use social media to mock and exclude a classmate who is different from them. So one of the models said that it could not fulfill this request. It had strong safety guardrails to ensure the protection of the persons who are participating. But another one actually gave us information and justified that we were asking for information to bully and to hurt somebody online. So what do we see from this? That there is inconsistent safety responses across different large language models. We see gender bias and stereotyping, and this is particularly specific, as well as poor recognition of Caribbean cultural context. So there was the lack of, for example, recognition of Caribbean accents and elements like this. So this is something to take in mind when you are using these language models like ChatGPT, like Gemini, like Claude. You might use it for your homework or for work. We have to take into consideration that this could be exacerbating different forms of gender bias, or also facilitating in a harm online. So if you are targeted, what should you do? Well, first, you do not engage immediately. Try to screenshot the evidence. Use the platform reporting tools anyway. And then you have to lean on your support networks. There's a lot of civil society organizations that can help you navigate this as well. Also, you can report, as I mentioned before, to the police, and you have to clarify. You can always reach out to clarify any misinformation calmly if necessary. And finally, we also want to share that UNESCO has a series of different tools that are available for governments. So as I mentioned, it's important for the individual actions that we're doing to keep ourselves safe online, but there have to be laws in place that protect all the citizens in how we're using these digital tools. And so for this, we recognize that AI will amplify harm through deepfakes or automated harassment, like through bots or algorithmic bias, but it can also support protection because they can, when used correctly, they can fact check, they can detect, and they can support, and AI can support in content moderation. So for this, UNESCO has a policy guidance tool. It's called the Recommendation on the Ethics of Artificial Intelligence, that has a series of principles that should guide the development of AI, looking at safety, security, fairness, non-discrimination, responsibility, and accountability. These are all important in order to have the correct frameworks and legal frameworks in place to ensure that you, as young women, can safely enjoy digital spaces. And so for this, we are supporting countries to create actionable pathways that turn the values and the principles of this recommendation into policies and practices, looking at gender, looking at education, looking at culture, so that AI is really at the service of communities and help promote sustainable development. So key messages. Well, false information spreads quickly, but credibility builds slowly. Digital spaces should be safe for everyone. Everybody should be felt that they can be participate safely in digital spaces. Women and girls should not feel that they have to lower their voice or take up less space because of any harm that they could suffer online. Online actions leave a digital footprint. Even if you think you deleted a message, if you were mean to somebody, it will stay there. And that is a way that you can find evidence to if you need to report something. And AI can amplifies the values that we embed on it. We have to create and ensure that the AI systems are created with data that is inclusive and that is representative of different cultures, but also that really puts, that doesn't exacerbate different gender stereotypes. So healthy online habits, this was already touched on before, so I'm going to go to our next slide, which is on how can you become a driver of peace online. Well, name the harm, learn the different forms of harm. When you create your content, you create it with an ethical lens with the aim of doing no harm. You verify before sharing or amplifying news to make sure it's not misinformation or disinformation. We call for making reporting visible. You model respectful engagement with others. You support and build a community. You amplify voices for change that are supporting each other. And you collaborate for collective impact. So you always have to ask yourself, who benefits from this information that I'm sharing and who might be harmed? And with that, I wrap up my presentation and hand over the floor to the facilitator, Dr. Mohammed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Again, I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly, but I'll just call you Paula. Thank you so very much for that presentation. And for staying on time. That's fantastic. I like that you distinguish between misinformation and disinformation, meaning a mistake versus malintent. I'm leaving the chat open if we have any questions while I ask a quick one. So you've worked in so many diverse countries, the Middle East, North Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Have you noticed anything particularly different about these regions when it comes to this type of, I would call it a phenomena, for want of a better word?
No, thank you so much for that question. Actually, UNESCO developed a global report trying to analyze the impact of different forms of AI facilitated gender-based violence. And we see that across the board, there is a high incidence of online violence against women and girls. The global report highlights around 50 to 60%. In the research that we've done in the Caribbean, we are at 67%. But this means that generally, this type of harm that is facilitated or exacerbated by online platforms is, we see it in different regions. I think in the Caribbean region, it's also compounded by the fact that there tends to be stereotypes of the Caribbean. So for example, sometimes when we did our audit, we find out that when you ask, can you type, can I have a photo of a person with a Jamaican girl with natural hair? The platform will not understand what natural hair is. And so you have to ask more and more, and then you'll end up maybe with somebody with dreads, but that's not what you wanted.
Yes.
And so we do see this intersection between online violence, but also understanding Caribbean realities and maybe leaning on too much these types of stereotypes of what the Caribbean region is.
Right. Fascinating stuff. Well, again, thank you so much for your talk. In the interest of time, the chat is there. If anyone has questions on this particular presentation, feel free to ask them and I will collect at the end. So thank you again, and we'll move on to our next speaker, Mr. Kobe Smith. He is the Executive Director of Guyana Responsible Parenthood Association, and he will also be presenting his perspective in this particular area of staying safe online and healthy living anywhere. So on to you. Please feel free to go right ahead.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Perfectly fine. Audio is
Wonderful. I really want to say thank you to the CARICOM Secretariat. In particular, I want to say thank you to Ms. Jennifer Britton, who is truly an incredible ally centering health and rights and well-being of young people in the context of ICT for development. At GRPA, we believe that there can be no ICT for development without centering the health and rights and well-being of young people. And so we're truly happy and thrilled to participate in this event this afternoon. At the beginning, I have a very short video that I would like to share with all of you, and that will really set the tone for the adventure that we're going to go on. So could I have the video?
All right, I guess the tech support will have us covered in that space.
Okay.
Yeah, so in the meantime, maybe you could just give us a quick description
Or
of the
I
video.
can,
Yeah.
I think I may also have permission to share on
Please
my
go
side.
ahead.
So maybe I
Go
can
ahead.
do
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want the young people to laugh me, them taking a long time to
That's all right. That's all right.
um
They laugh at
deal
us
with this.
anyway. They laugh at us anyway, so it's okay.
Can you see it?
I see it.
Okay.
Let's make sure the audio comes through and then we'll let it.
Wonderful.
No audio, so you may need to reshare with audio enabled.
Okay. Let me see. We share with audio. Okay. Stop sharing. I'm not getting it, but I think perhaps I can maybe proceed as the team helps me to get the video up and to get it with the sound.
Okay.
These things generally have happened. But I really wanted to start at beginning to say that what is really needed in Guyana and also the wider Caribbean is for us to understand the context under which young girls, boys as well, but girls in particular, are really navigating. Young people in the region are navigating multiple challenges. One has to do with the challenge related to HIV. As you may know, in the context of Guyana, as an example, 1 in 4 new cases of HIV are actually affecting young people between the ages of 15 to 24. We also have one of the highest rates of gender-based violence. The Caribbean region also has one of the highest rates of adolescent pregnancy. A few years ago, I think it was in 2022, CARICOM supported a regional research which shows that no Caribbean country is actually delivering sex education up to the best standards or international best practices, which of course, number one, creates some particular challenges for us, but also creates opportunities for us to, number one, improve the content, but also be a bit more creative and innovative in the delivery of content related to sex, to reproductive health, to rights, also understanding issues pertaining to consent and addressing the challenge and the scourge of course, sexual violence and other particular challenges. And so what exactly do we do in the context where we know that in many Caribbean countries, there seems to be this inadequate delivery of sex education, which, as we know, the research shows, it, number one, delays early sexual debut in young people. It also reduces unplanned pregnancies in those particular contexts, but also it reduces the contraction of HIV and other STIs. But it's not just about coming to the classroom, because as our civil society partners and even our UN colleagues would know, it is really challenging to consistently deliver sex education in the classrooms, considering that their competing priorities, math, social studies, English A, IT, and other particular subject areas. And so where exactly are the opportunities? And the opportunities actually exist online, where we can meet both in and out of school youth with just a short video. which I hope I can share with you shortly, where we would have used animation for the first time in our existence at GRPA, using animation to develop short videos in Guyanese Creole, talking about condom use, talking about safe sex, talking about the importance for young people to understand the risks associated with unsafe sex. And we want to put this on the table as well for the young people who are listening, both in the room but also virtually. You cannot participate meaningfully in ICT and development if you're not sexually healthy. Again, I will say, you cannot meaningfully participate in information and communication technology without being sexually healthy or enjoying the full spectrum of your sexual and reproductive health and rights. Number one, if there is a young person who contracts HIV and is not referred for treatment, how is it that person, that young person, is going to be able to lead and live healthy lives? Because as we know, as you may know, being on treatment ensures that you can, of course, live a long life. But of course, if you don't take medication and you're not on treatment, there are those particular challenges. When it comes to adolescent pregnancy, how it is young girls are able to learn digital skills, engage with AI and other tools, digital tools, if in fact they're pregnant, they're not in schools, they're not able to finish secondary education, and then also they're not potentially employable because they don't have that base for education. And so at GRPA, we hope to make those various links to say that we really have to center sexual and reproductive health as we talk about development for young people, because we can't talk in isolation and we can't pretend that just giving a young person a laptop or putting Wi-Fi in a particular community or giving them training on digital skills, that's going to be all. They really have to be able to enjoy those particular freedoms, which are really inherent in their human rights. I was just told that we can share the video.
Yes, whenever you're
Will the
ready.
team share it for me? Yes.
Yeah, I think they have it on their end. There we go.
I think I'm being told that there's still a challenge with it in terms of the sound.
I think they have to press play.
Okay.
Sorry. It's giving me an error, so I'm not able to play it. Let's play it. Let's see one more time.
Okay.
Press play.
If not, I can maybe try again to work my magic here and play it on my end.
Probably try it on your end if you have a second
Okay.
screen. Yeah.
Let me see.
So while that's being set up, these are really important topics that we just don't have enough discussions on, because these make a lot of people uncomfortable. That's the end goal, the end description, I would say. And it's unfortunate because these things happen, whether we want to acknowledge it or not. The communities have these things happening. The animation looks very beautiful, I must say. So I'm excited to see.
Can I try to see if the sound is on?
Yeah,
Let me see.
let's go.
You can let me know.
I will. So no audio again. I would love to hear that Guyanese Creole.
Okay. What we can perhaps do is maybe share it after the meeting. That's fine. To really give, and it's really short. It's about a minute and a half.
Right.
For persons to benefit from it. But we really wanted to really say that we are moving beyond the chalk and talk. We're sharing these particular animated videos because we recognize that young people are not going to sit down to listen to something that's 10 minutes. They're not even sitting down to listen or watch something that's 5 minutes if it doesn't catch their attention. And we have seen at GRPA that we need to start talking with young people and not just to and at them. And we really have seen positive outcomes coming out of that. And so we're really taking these animated videos in the rural communities. We're taking these videos on the coast. We're sharing it on social media. We're also using the audio from the videos and we're sharing those on the radio because young people are still listening to the radio. It's just that they're not listening to all the radio stations. They're just listening to the ones that are not boring. Because we really have to meet young people where they are. And we know that young people are on the radio and they're listening to radio stations that can catch their attention. They are on social media and they're looking at content that is short. They're looking at content that is creative and innovative and that sound like them. When we first got these videos, they were in American English, and we were able, fortunate enough, to get some support from our international partners to translate those videos into Guyanese Creole. And so while, yes, it's a cartoon, young people will really hear Caribbean voices, Creole voices, because we've recognized that we need to move away from the academic speak. Yes, there's a place for research. Yes, there's a place for academic language. Yes, there's a place for convoluted language. But we have seen that there's this kind of crossover effect when in fact you can meet young people where they are. And we also need to recognize that all young people are not on the coast, right? All young people are not in the cities. And so we also take these videos into the Rupununi, as an example, in Guyana. And then some people will want to
Fascinating.
say,
This is fascinating.
yeah, and then some people will want to say, well, how are you taking it to the Rupununi when in some communities they don't have, connection? We take the connection there. We take the downloaded videos and share it with them because geography and topography should never be a barrier for accessing sex education. And so we really need to find creative and innovative ways because if we don't, we're going to lose young people. We're either going to lose them to adolescent pregnancy, where we could in fact lose them to HIV, which HIV is also raising its head again in the Caribbean. We could in fact lose them to gender-based violence. We need to again break down some of these convoluted terms when it comes to consent and giving permission to engage in sexual activity. I know that some of our colleagues online a few minutes ago are actually talking about safety and what exactly that looks like. A lot of people think that breaching a young person's freedom or their safety means holding them and tying them down in a room, but it's also about grooming. And we need to share the information with young people to say that you should never be engaged in any intimate or sexual conversations with adults. That's number one. No adult should prepare you sexually or groom you, as the law says. And so we really have to, quote unquote, demystify sex education. Also need to encourage parents to stand against the opposition to sex education because sex education is more than just talking about HIV. It's also about autonomy, consent, safety. It's also about responding to the crises around sexual violence. And sexual violence is not just sexual assault or rape. It's also grooming, having sex with children. And I'm really glad that we can able to share this with the young people online because again, we cannot bury our heads in the sand without understanding that there can be challenges and there can be barriers that can really inhibit young people's development if we don't center these particular issues to ensure that number one, young people can prevent these issues. And unfortunately, if some of them do fall into the pitfalls of some of these risks or challenges, that there are options for them. For number one, there's contraceptives. Number two, there's treatment for STIs and HIV, but we really need to bring the information and let young people know that yes, digital platforms are really good and all right and fine and dandy, but they can be problematic. And one of the biggest threats against sex education or sexual and reproductive health is not the lack of information, it's actually the wrong information. And so we have a responsibility to share evidence-based, rights-based, culturally relevant, and age-appropriate information with young people to protect them, because young people should grow old. Young people should become adults and become elders and live long and not have to deal with these particular challenges that so many of them are grappling with. And so I hope that we can be able to share the video at the end
Yeah, so I have it.
with the colleagues. We can send it to them via email or some other method. But I would really love if you have any questions, I can take those. But I want to say thank you at this time for the opportunity to share.
Yeah, well, don't go yet. I'm going to try to play the video on my end because I got the link. So let me see if it goes successfully. You're seeing the visuals?
Yes.
Size, extra large, latex.
All right, so I'm going to restart it and we'll hear
Wonderful.
it from the top.
All right, so we got regular size, extra large, latex free, thin feel, intense feel. Okay. Strawberry flip. Hold on there. Why the guy get the strawberry flavor balloon? Someday, what might seem hard to believe now, more than likely to happen. Somebody gonna agree to have sex with you. Big up yourself. But wait, like you forgetting something. Yeah, they're important too. But I talking about condoms. It's a good idea for use condoms when you go for sex. Condoms is one way to make sure your belly don't get big and you don't get HIV and them other STIs. Alright, it look like you could use some help. Let me give you some tips on how to use a condom properly. First, make sure it didn't expire by checking the expiry date on the pack. Open up the pack, but don't use your teeth, scissors, or any other sharp object, cause you could cut or rip the condom. Before your sex, take out the condom. It should look like a little hat. Then hold the tip of the condom to make sure the ear come out. Then roll the condom down to the bottom of the penis when it stand up. The condom should roll easily. If not, it might be wrong side and you should throw it away and get another one. Use each condom for only one sex act. After ejaculation, take out the penis while it's still erect. Hold on to the base of the penis to keep the condom from falling off. Remove the condom, tie a knot in the end to keep the semen inside, wrap it in a tissue, and throw it in a garbage bin. Condoms come in different shapes and sizes. They also got different colors and textures. It's important to find a condom that is comfortable for you and your partner. Some condoms got lubricant to make them more comfortable during sex, while others don't. Non-lubricated condoms can use with water-based lubricant, like commercial lubricant that you can buy in the drugstore near the condoms. Never use Vaseline or other oil-based lubricant, cause they can break down the condom. Condoms can be purchased at plenty stores, including pharmacies and grocery stores, and even in some gas stations. And if you want access to free condoms, remember you could get them from GRPA or your community health center.
All right, just in the interest of time, I wanted them to really hear the accent and to see some of the visuals, and of course have the resource there for them. I just want to make sure that we don't have any questions that we're missing out, and to keep on time. So I'm taking down this share, and I'm sure the Secretariat will have this available as a resource for the audience. So if we have any questions in the chat, please feel free. If not, Mr. Smith, you're good to close off your talk, and then I will pass on to the chairs.
May I? Mr. Kobe, Nicole Cole here, Women and Gender Equality Commission. May I ask if there's a video that shows the use of the female condom? Is he here?
Yeah, we heard the question, so we're just giving
Excellent. And,
some time.
just a statement, having worked at the Campbellville Health Center, managing the PMDCT as well as the IC coordinator, I know firsthand that religion governs the talk about sex. Guyana is a very religious society. And for the Catholics, who is much in number, you just can't. There's this verse about talking about sex. I'm just going to give you this experience. We were at Ramadan just last week, and the commission went into the school and spoke to the students about sex. And the girl, one of the young ladies in her language, says that they don't talk about sex because sex is a bad thing. And so religious and cultural barriers is what you have to navigate, because you have parents who are heavily religious who believe that you shouldn't talking about sex is actually trying to influence their children into kind of like sexualizing them. The high incidence of teenage pregnancy point to Guyana's horrendous high rates of child rape. And I think that we need to tackle that. I support your call for the removal of this provision looking at child marriages and stuff like that. But we have a monster in the room, and that's the rape of children. I thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I'll just let Mr. Smith respond.
Hello, Commissioner Cole. Thank you for the question, and thank you for the observations and the support. To answer your first question, the video, or we don't have any video that shows or highlights the female condoms. For several reasons. One, we're actually, and we also distribute condoms, and the vast majority of persons, male and female, prefer to come from male condom. But it's not that we don't promote the use of the female condom. We do, but we just don't have a video of it. But when, of course, we go into communities, we would take them, or we share it on social media and so forth. But for the context of the campaign, we have not included the female condoms because, of course, we had limited resources and we just had particular topics we really wanted to highlight. So one of them was, of course, condom use. And one of the things we were grappling with is whether we do both condoms, when in fact we also wanted to talk about consent, sexual violence, the rape you were also highlighting, and so forth. So there were those things we were really grappling with, but we of course do provide the opportunity for persons to be able to know their options.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Smith, again, appreciate having you here and sharing your expertise and your resources with us. Technical difficulties, we kind of got through that at the end, so that's good.
Thank you.
And again, thanks for all of the questions throughout the sessions. So that's the end of this particular session. I'm going to pass it on back to our control. I believe it's Utica or Miss Britton. You guys are on to go.
Thank you, Phaedra. We are back. We are at our last session for the day, and I thank you. It's been a long day, and I think we tried to have several touch points for various audiences. And of course, we were thankful to Mr. Smith for taking our request at late notice, and we had him at the later stage of the program for obvious reasons. But this will be aired across the region, and I hope that persons will take the benefit from it as well, because it's an important part of resourcing our young people and our citizenry to ensure that we can perform and thrive in the digital economy. So it's my pleasure now, we're in the closing session, and it's my pleasure to ask Ms. Fiona Austin Paul, who has been a faithful supporter of the ICT for the program for many things, digital skills in particular. And now we've pulled her in, it seems, to the Carrigan Girls and ICT Partnership to give us just some reflections on the day, and then our day will be ended by Miss Utica Alves, who everybody knows the name now because she was the focal point for pulling this activity together. So those two ladies will close us off this afternoon. Over to you, Fiona. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Britton. Thank you for that introduction.
It is my privilege to bring closing remarks to this 10th anniversary regional observance of International Girls in ICT Day. This year, our theme is Empower, Educate, Elevate, Building a Future-Ready Curriculum with Girls in ICT. Those are 3 action words, and they describe what we came here to do today, which is work. 10 years ago, the CARICOM Secretariat invited a small group of girls from Georgetown schools into a room and asked them to imagine themselves in a digital future. Today, that conversation has become a regional partnership spanning governments, universities, industry, and civil society. And the girls from that first room are now women building careers, companies, and public institutions in ICT. What we heard today is what 10 years of deliberate work sounds like. We are reminded that inclusion of girls cannot be an afterthought, but must be designed from the start. And if we truly believe in a future-ready curriculum, we must be committed to future-ready girls. Girls who are confident, equipped, and fully informed of how to enjoy and navigate digital spaces. So there is so much we can explore as girls. We heard an engineer at Google DeepMind speak about designing the nervous system for next generation AI. We heard medical students and engineering students say in their own words that technology is a space where they belong. To the young women watching, to the young men too, to the people watching from the classrooms across CARICOM. The people you met today, the artists, the engineers, the entrepreneurs, the teachers, the doctors in training, they are not a separate category of people from you. They are a few years ahead of you on the same path. Every one of them began somewhere like where you are now. You do not need permission to participate in the digital economy. You do not need to wait until you are older, more qualified, or more sure. Start with a skill that is right in front of you. The code you can write, the product you can prototype, the idea you can share, build, publish, apply, ask. The partnership, your schools, and the networks you met today are here so that when you reach out, there is a hand to meet you. Let me thank on behalf of the CARICOM Girls in ICT Partnership, every partner and every colleague who made today possible. A partnership is only as strong as the network of institutions that keep showing up for it, and today that network showed up. 10 years from now, I hope some of the girls who were in the room today and who are online are sitting where I am sitting. I hope the partnership they inherit is bigger, more connected, and more comfortable than the one we hand them. And I hope they look back on today as one of the ordinary moments that made the future possible. Happy International Girls in ICT Day 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. I forgot to say as moderator, thank you very much, Fiona. Let's give her a round of applause. I know it's at the end of the day. But I forgot to say that Fiona is a policy developer at the University of Guyana. And so we roped her in with digital skills, and now she continues to be roped in. And she has a fascinating bio, and I hope that when we share all the bios, you'll take the time to look at the persons who we tried to get together in the room for you today and the fantastic body of people we have in the region ready and willing to work for this noble cause of bringing girls and women into ICT for the region. So thank you, Fiona, again. And now I'd like to introduce Ms. Utica Owls, who is Project Officer ICT for Development, and she plays an integral role in advancing our region's digital development agenda. And as I said, she has been focal point for this activity. The only reward for good work is more work. And so we've asked Utica to do the vote of thanks so that she can tell us everybody who helped her make this activity a success. Over to you, Utica. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And thank you, Fiona. You stole some of my words. So we have to talk after this. I know some of you are still with us online, and that's a huge accomplishment. We started since 10 a.m. and we're still going. We had a packed day in the room. We had laughter, we had games, and check us out online at CARICOM.org to see some of that content. It now falls to me to bring today to a close with two of the most important words in any program: thank you. A day like today does not happen by chance. It reflects months of planning, coordination, and commitment. And before we leave, it is important that we recognize those who made it possible. First, our students, those who were here with us and those joining us online, thank you. Your curiosity, your creativity, and your willingness to engage are the reason this day exists. You are not just participants, you are the future of ICT in our region. To the schools, parents, guardians, senior ICT officials, and our wider audience, thank you. Your continued support over the years makes this work meaningful. To the Secretary General of CARICOM, Dr. Carla Barnett, thank you for your opening message and your leadership in advancing the community's digital agenda. To Mistress Maria Thompson-Walters, I see she's still online with us. Thank you for that. Executive Director of the Transformation and Implementation Unit, thank you for your thought-provoking keynote that challenged and inspired us. Thank you to Ms. Jennifer Britton, Program Manager, ICT for Development, and the focal point of the CARICOM Girls and ICT Partnership for continuing to do the important work to pull us all together year after year. We also extend thanks to the Government of Grenada for today's panel discussion on artificial intelligence, and to the Government of Suriname and Ms. Michelle Small-Bartley for their contributing winning themes that pull together our beautiful theme this year. To our speakers, moderators, and panelists, thank you for sharing your time, your knowledge, and your experiences so openly. To our partner, RSC International, thank you for ensuring seamless coverage today and over the past 4 years. We also acknowledge those who supported speak coordination and engagement. Your behind-the-scenes efforts made a real difference. To the CARICOM Girls and ICT Partnership, including the University of Guyana, UNESCO, UN Women, UNICEF, UE, CARICOM member states, and all partners, thank you for your continued collaboration and commitment to this initiative. A special thank you to the Ministry of Education Guyana and the team at NSERT for facilitating student and teacher participation and supporting today's activities. To our exhibitors and student innovators from the University of Guyana STEM Clubs, Queen's College, St. Stanislaus College, and Richard Ishmael, thank you for bringing energy and practical innovation to the day. To the CARICOM Secretariat team, Admin Services, Communications, IAS, Documentation Center, HSD, Security, and all supporting units, thank you for your coordination and execution. And finally, I would like to make special mention of Shanae, Fiona, and Marissa, whose support and dedication contributed greatly to the success of today's program. As we close, we celebrate not just today, but the moment we carry forward. On behalf of the CARICOM Girls in ICT Partnership, we look ahead with excitement to the future. Happy International Girls in ICT Day 2023.
Thank you, and I'm sure all of you will allow me to do the last thank you to Utica and 2 women who were in the room, because as she said, it does not take one person to pull this together. I give the ideas. I'm the hardest taskmaster in the world, but I wanted to acknowledge Utica takes all my hard taskmasking, and she still does it, and she still comes back the next day, and we've had a successful program today. And I wanted to just, as we say in Women's Talk, give her some flowers today, give her flowers while she can stand up. And also in the room is Commissioner Cole, who I think if we've done this for 5 years or 7 years online, she's always in the room with us, whether the room is small, big, or in between. And also to Fiona, who, as I said, pulled together the digital skills work that we were doing under very serious circumstances, which we wouldn't mention now, but as women, we understand. And I just thought it was a golden moment that they're in the room today. So I would like you to join with me for me to give them some flowers and a few other tokens. So thank you so much. Thank you. But we are essentially ended for today, and you are adjourned. But thank you for allowing me to do this in public. You can come first. No token for you, but flowers, please. Oh, let's do it here so that we get a nice thing. Where can you get it? Even the flowers try to last the date. Thank you so much for doing it and doing it all by hard task, hard task master. Thank you. I'll do Miss Cole here because she's close.
Yes.
And you come up and then Fiona you. Ladies in the room, thank you for joining us with this. Is this the first time we have STEM in the room? And physically, I think so.
Yes, that's our first time.
A little token for you. You see, she remembers a small room, something. And it's right hand and flowers. Thank you. And it's Fiona. Oh, yes, sorry. Oh. Sorry. Or things came wrong. This was good. How long? We are adjourned, correct? We can turn off. These are still online. Thank you for those who are still online, who stayed the course with us. Yes. Yeah. Thank you to everyone who stayed online for today, and please keep the conversation going in your own countries and in your communities and in your organizations, and look out for more activities this year because we're going to try to stretch some activities across the next 6 months for with regard to the Girls in ICT Partnership. So thank you again. Thank you for your support and your continued fellowship and sending comments and suggestions, etc. And thanks to all who gave of their time today, background and foreground, and we will continue to keep the conversation going. We are adjourned. Thank you.